Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku got trained by Batman's and became his successor Part 2. Before we start, please go support zdforrest for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 19: The Cavalry Battle. It's good to see you, my friend. An old man was sitting at a small, round table eating fish-shaped pastries. The man was short and aged. A scraggly gray beard hung down from his grizzled face. He wore a yellow spandex suit with a long cape to match. A black domino mask stretched across his eyes. Across from him sat a tall, handsome man in a black suit, enjoying a cup of coffee provided by his host. "Likewise, Gran Torino," said Bruce Wayne, smiling. "It's been a while since your last visit," said Gran Torino. "But you still visit me more than that old student of mine. You two aren't getting along still?" "I'm afraid not," replied Bruce. "Well, I suppose that can't be helped," said Gran Torino. "Your personalities are so different, and you're both stubborn as mules, too." He let out a chuckle, taking another bite of the pastry he was holding. "So what do I owe this surprise visit?" "I need your advice." Gran Torino snorted. "An old man like me giving advice to the world's greatest detective? Should I be flattered or worried?" "Worried," said Bruce seriously. "As you know, I'm working the League of Villains case." "Toshinori mentioned that in his last letter," Gran Torino confirmed. "I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but I feel as if you need to know. The police were able to recover the creature called Nomu," said Batman. "It offered no resistance to arrest and was completely compliant. I participated in the interrogation of the creature myself. After several attempts, it was determined that the Nomu can't speak. It shows no reaction to anything. It's as though it literally can't think for itself, no matter what's going on around it. I ran some tests of its DNA, and discovered that it was originally a low-level thug with a record of assault and extortion." "Originally?" said Gran Torino. Bruce pulled a small round device from his pocket. Activating it, a small projection of a prisoner mugshot next to a police picture of the Nomu appeared. "As you can see, he has been altered drastically," said Batman. "This is genetic engineering at an unprecedented level. As I analyzed its genetic makeup, I discovered 4 people's DNA." "Ghastly," said Gran Torino. "It's not even human anymore." Bruce nodded grimly. "The transformation is a result of drugs and other unknown methods," he said. "Why would someone do such a thing?" said Gran Torino. "That's why I came to you," said Bruce. "It's been modified so that its body could hold multiple quirks at once." "What?" Gran Torino said sharply. "As you know, it shouldn't have more than one power," said Bruce. "Even if new DNA is introduced, that shouldn't give a person multiple powers." Bruce hesitated. "Not unless it's completely integrated into someone's body. Not all quirks work like one for all." "What are you saying, Bruce?" said Gran Torino, even though he didn't want to hear the answer. "There is someone out there with the power to pass different quirks on to people, Gran Torino," said Batman. "We both know it." "Toshinori killed him," said Gran Torino. "I saw it myself." "Death isn't always as permanent as we once believed, old friend," said Bruce. Gran Torino stood from his chair, steadying himself with his cane. He still vividly remembered that fateful day, 5 years ago. The sheer weight of 100 years of cultivated power rocked the very earth itself as they clashed. The man who sealed the fate of the symbol of peace to die a slow death, who had killed his mentor and Gran Torino's dear friend. The man who filled his dreams with nightmares to this very day. He was still out there. Biding his time, getting stronger, plotting. All for one was still alive. "Have you told Toshinori?" asked Gran Torino. "No," said Bruce. "There's more." "What do you mean?" "Tomyara Shigaraki." "The man-child? What about him?" "It regards Nana Shimura," said Bruce. Gran Torino stood in silence, shaken to his very core. Even though he heard Bruce speak the words, he couldn't believe them. "My God," he said finally. "You can't be serious." "I'm always serious," said Bruce. "You have to tell Toshinori," said Gran Torino. "No," said Bruce firmly. And neither can you. Why not? Because he is going to have to face Shigaraki and All for One again, said Bruce. Knowing will only burden him further, making it harder to do what needs to be done. He has a right to know, said Gran Torino. And he will know, said Bruce. But not right now. I need you to trust me, old friend. Gran Torino sighed deeply. This feels wrong, he said. But I suppose you're right. They sat together in silence for a while. Gran Torino stared at the cold pastries before him. His appetite had soured greatly. He instead turned his attention to Bruce. His handsome face contained more lines than the last time he saw him. In many ways, he wasn't unlike Tashinori. They both carried the weight of the world on their shoulders. Their desire to fight for what they knew was right was unquestioned, and they both would go to the end of time itself to complete their mission. They both knew what it was like to experience great loss as well. I heard about what happened to Jason, said Gran Torino. I'm so sorry, Bruce. Me too, said Bruce solemnly. Thank you. How are you holding up? Bruce didn't answer. Gran Torino understood. He knew the feeling all too well. Tashinori told me in his last letter about your new protege. Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya, yes, said Bruce. Tashinori seems to think you took this kid under your wing just to get under his skin. He would think that. Is he wrong? Not entirely. Gran Torino chuckled. You think he's ready for the sports festival? I know he is, said Bruce. Well then, said Gran Torino. This should be an event to remember. Izuku hunched over, hands on knees, catching his breath. He was used to extreme physical exertion, but even he was taxed by that obstacle course. Izuku looked over to Todoroki, who was heading to the podium with the other students. He's good. Very good. He is the son of Endeavor, after all. It was clear that he was already very proficient in the use of his quirk. Izuku couldn't take any chances or underestimate him, or it would cost him. But Izuku knew that something was off about him. There was more to his quirk, and Izuku knew it. He only used his right side when using his ice power. If Izuku's theory was correct, then this meant he was limiting himself. But if that were true, then it also meant that Todoroki was much more powerful than he was leading on. But why was he limiting himself in the first place? Just how powerful was he at full strength? Izuku was brought back to reality by Midnight's projected voice at the podium. 42 of you qualified to move on to the next round, she said, the display on the Jumbotron spinning once again. Gird your loins and prepare for your next test. The display stopped spinning, revealing the next event to be Cavalry Battle, said Midnight, cracking her nine-tails whip. Those of you who are at the top will suffer the most. Of course, that's something you'll hear over and over again at UA. Show us what Plus Ultra means. She snapped her whip in Izuku's direction. Izuku Midoriya placed first in the qualifier. He'll be worth 10 million points. Izuku felt his heart drop to his feet. A cavalry battle was an event where 4 people, acting as the horse, carried a 5th person on their shoulders, who was the rider. The rider wore a bandana around their head that signified how many points they were worth. If the other team's rider managed to snatch the bandana off their head, they inherited those points. That meant that Izuku was worth 10 million points. In essence, anyone who takes him down secures their victory. Izuku once again felt the weight of every eye pressing down on him, this time with an intense fury that burned him to his core. He never felt like more of a target than he did now. He supposed that this was the burden of being the best. Everyone was always gunning for you, be they friend or foe. He never expected to feel anything like this. It's ironic, a small part of his mind mused. I've always wanted to be a hero, but I've never wanted to be in the spotlight. A pro hero's career practically depends on gaining the spotlight. How do people manage it? How does Bruce do it? Izuku turned to look at the VIP box. Bruce was staring directly at him. Izuku could almost feel their minds connecting, with Bruce's words passing through his mind. A hero's duty is to the mission, stopping villains, protecting innocent lives, it's all the same, he had once said to him. Nothing else matters. Notoriety, fame, money, all the things that drive heroes these days do not matter. It serves only as a distraction, and when a hero is distracted, people die. Remember this. Izuku steadied his breath. Remember the mission, he thought to himself. The mission is to win. Now you've got 15 minutes to build your teams, shouted Midnight. I recommend you get started. Izuku was faced with a challenge. Since he had so many points, everyone would be gunning for him. People didn't want to partner up with someone who had such a target as he did on their backs, so finding partners for something so risky was going to be difficult. The students around him were quickly forming teams. Soon there wouldn't be anyone left if he didn't move. Deku! Izuku turned to see Uraraka running towards him. Let's team up, she said happily. Are you sure? Said Izuku. Everyone's going to be gunning for me since my points are so high. After all I've seen you do, I have faith in you, she said. We're gonna win. All right, said Izuku. But we need a few more. He and Uraraka approached Ida. He listened as Izuku explained their plan, emphasizing evasion and utilizing Uraraka's quirk and Izuku's tech. With Ida's speed, no one would be able to touch them. A good plan, said Ida. But I'm sorry. I'm afraid I must refuse your offer. What? Izuku and Uraraka said, shocked. Since this all started, I've been losing to you, said Ida. Please don't take this as an insult. You're a great friend. But if I continue to follow you, I'll never get stronger. Todoroki may have challenged you already, but he isn't the one who sees you as a rival. And I will try my best to defeat you. As much as it pained him to lose him as an ally, Izuku had to respect his reason for it. They were all here to get stronger. And this was going to be the ultimate test for him as well, the powerless versus the powerful. It was time to show them what he was really made of. Midoriya! Came a voice from the crowd. Running up to him was the pink-haired support student from the first event who used her gadgets to move her through the fall. Hatsum! Said Izuku. You know her? Said Uraraka. The name is Mei Hatsum, said the girl. I'm from the support class. I was hoping that you didn't have a team yet. With you in the spotlight, this is the perfect opportunity to show off my cute babies to the CEOs of support companies tuning into the festival. By the way, why haven't you used the one we were working on yet? She added to Izuku crossly. I don't want to use it too early on, said Izuku quickly. I have a feeling I'll need it later. What are you talking about? Said Uraraka suspiciously. What were you working on? Just a little something to even the odds, said Izuku. Well, whatever, said Hatsum, placing a large chest she was carrying on the ground. She opened it to reveal that it was stuffed to the brim with different support items and other various kinds of tech. I packed a ton of powerful babies to bring with me. I'm sure you'll find something you like in my arsenal. Izuku reached into the chest and pulled out what looked like a jetpack. I recognize this, said Izuku. This is based off Air Jet, the Buster Hero's jetpack, isn't it? That's right, said Hatsum. Izuku and Hatsum continued discussing the tech and the different heroes she gained inspiration from. They sure get along, thought Uraraka sourly. We still need one more, said Izuku, looking throughout the crowd. Most of the teams had already been formed. Losing Ida was a definite blow, but he still had an idea of someone who might help him, if he hadn't already been selected. Izuku found his target and walked with determination towards him, placing his hand upon his shoulder. Join me. I see, said Tokoyami, after Izuku had spoken his strategy with him. An excellent strategy. Will you join us? Asked Izuku. Tokoyami paused. When I first learned about you, Midoriya, I was surprised to see that they let a quirkless student into the top school in the country. I've heard that before, said Izuku. Then I saw you in combat. Tokoyami continued. The legend of the Batman was my inspiration to become a hero as well. A hero who shuns the spotlight, a master of the darkness. He extended his hand, clasping Izuku's. I will join you, son of Batman. A blasting horn sounded, signaling that the time for selecting teams was up. Oh goody, said Midnight. It's time to get this party started. Izuku placed his bandana on his head. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the field before him. Every student was squared to face them. This was it. Are you ready? Izuku said. Uraraka? Ready. Hatsum? You got it. Tokoyami? Yes. Then let's do this. Let's get this party started, shouted Present Mike. One final countdown before the time starts. Tokoyami called Dark Shadow. Izuku straightened his utility belt. The students readied themselves as Present Mike began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Todoroki and Izuku stared each other down. His eyes burned with both a fiery intensity and a cold chill. Begin! The students all immediately began rushing towards Izuku and his team. They're not even giving us a chance, huh? Said Tokoyami. Such is the fate of the pursued. Make your choice, Midoriya. Everyone, shut your eyes and hold your breath, shouted Izuku. He threw a small orb onto the ground, which exploded in a large cloud of smoke that covered them all. The students all balked in surprise. One of the students used their quirk and blew the smoke away. Izuku and his team were gone. What the? Came Present Mic's voice. Where did they go? Up there! Shouted one of the students, pointing skyward. Izuku and his team were floating in the air. Uraraka had used her quirk to make them lightweight, while Izuku used the jetpack on his back to lift them upward. Jiro, now! Shouted Hagakure. Jiro extended her plug-like ear lobes towards Izuku and the others. But Dark Shadow was too fast for her, knocking them effortlessly out of the way. Good work, said Tokoyami. Please continue to watch our blind spots, Dark Shadow. You're all doing great, said Izuku. Let's keep it up. Uraraka, using the hover boots designed by Hatsum, directed them towards an empty piece of land away from the other students. The field was pandemonium. After witnessing Tokoyami and Uraraka's quirks and Hatsum and Izuku's gadgets, many teams decided against pursuing Izuku and went after the smaller point teams instead. One in particular was Monomo, a hero student from Class 1B. He and his team were moving quickly throughout the field, picking the smaller point headbands off one by one. Aside from Izuku, Class 1A was not doing so well points-wise. They were more interested in going for the whole schmear, Izuku's 10 million points. We need some breathing room, said Tokoyami as several of the groups began to converge on their position. We can't get caught trapped between multiple opponents. Izuku turned to see Shoji running at them at full sprint. He seemed to be alone, but he would be on them in seconds. Let's get moving, said Izuku. But Uraraka didn't move. I'm stuck, she said, trying to lift her foot. Izuku looked down to see the hover boot was stuck to the ground with one of Mineta's sticky balls. But Mineta was nowhere in sight. He looked back at Shoji. His tentacle arms were extended upwards, the membranes between them forming some sort of a protective tent. Poking his eye out between the gaps of Shoji's front arms was none other than Mineta. He was wearing his team's headband, and was small enough to ride on Shoji's back while being protected by his arms. Izuku had to admit it was clever. Mineta disappeared inside Shoji's protective tent, and a long, pink tongue extended outward towards Izuku, who moved his head just seconds before it connected, missing him by inches. So Azuri is in there too, thought Izuku. They were stuck, and Azuri's reach with her tongue was a problem. He would have to think fast. Tokoyami, cover me, said Izuku. It's time to fight Sticky with Sticky. Dark Shadow began protecting Izuku's flank as he pulled a capsule from his belt. They threw at Shoji, who dodged it effortlessly. Not so fast, Midoriya, said Shoji. I saw you use that glue capsule during training. I won't fall for it like Ida. That wasn't glue, said Izuku, pressing on a detonator. The capsule behind Shoji exploded, launching him and his team forward. As they flew towards them, Izuku threw another capsule, which landed squarely on Shoji's chest. The capsule erupted in a sticky ooze, entrapping Shoji and his arms inside it from the neck down, but trapping Azuri and Mineta as well. Whoa! Said Present Mike. Midoriya displaying his cunning sleight of hand, nearly knocking Team Shoji off balance, but entrapping them instead. Is that even allowed? They didn't get knocked over, said Midnight. So technically, yes. That's a dirty trick, shouted Mineta, throwing as many sticky balls as he could. Azuri tried again to use her tongue to get Izuku's headband. We need to get out of their range, said Izuku. He activated the jetpack, which struggled to take them off the ground as Uraraka's boot was still stuck with Mineta's sticky ball. After a loud crunch, the boot was pulled free. My baby's ruined, shouted Hatsum in despair. Sorry, said Izuku. But at least we got away. Nice work, Uraraka. It's hard to control with just one boot, said Uraraka. Understood, said Izuku. That meant their maneuverability was greatly hindered. It was too risky for them to take to the sky again. They were grounded. They had to now rely on Tokoemi's dark shadow and Uraraka's zero gravity. But Izuku also had a few more tricks up his sleeve. A giant wall of ice cut suddenly through Izuku's path. Todoroki was back. Izuku had to confess he had almost forgotten about him. But now he was out for blood. Midoriya, he said. I'll be taking that bandana now. I didn't think this confrontation would happen until later in the contest, said Tokoemi. He seems to have it out for you, Midoriya. I get that a lot, said Izuku. The game's only halfway over. We can't stop now. Forward, Ida, said Todoroki. Ida, carrying Todoroki in front, pushed forward at incredible speed, with Kaminari and Yaoyorozu carrying their rider behind him. Several other students were rushing Izuku's team in turn as well. Yaoyorozu created a large tarp from her exposed midsection, which Todoroki used to cover himself and his team. Kaminari then unleashed a blast of electricity that shocked the other students around them. While reeling from the shock, Todoroki used his ice to freeze the ground beneath the other contestants, immobilizing them. Now he had a clear shot at Izuku. Will you look at that? Said President Mike. He stopped all those teams cold in their tracks. But only after Kaminari immobilized them with his electricity, said Aizawa. He's adapting his strategy. Todoroki was snatching headbands off the other students as he went along. His points continued to climb. He threw up another large wall of ice between himself and the other students, separating his and Izuku's team from everyone else. It was just them now. They were reaching them at great speed due to Ida's quirk. They would be on them in seconds. Izuku tried to activate the jetpack, but it was malfunctioning. Dark Shadow attempted to push them back, but Yaoyorozu threw up a large shield, protecting them. I have an idea, said Ida. But it will leave me useless to you for a while. Be ready to get that headband. Ida's engines roared with fury. Reciproburst. With blinding speed that rivaled the Nomu, Ida raced his team forward, and Todoroki snatched the headband right off Izuku. They were now in the lead. We have to get that headband back, said Izuku. But be careful of Yaoyorozu. No, we need to be careful about Kaminari, said Tokoemi. If there had been any more sunlight, his electricity could completely destroy Dark Shadow. Sunlight. That gave Izuku an idea. Tokoemi, recall Dark Shadow, said Izuku. What? Said Tokoemi. Just do it. Tokoemi complied. What are they doing? Thought Todoroki. Are they giving up now that we have their headband? Everyone, avert your eyes, shouted Izuku. He threw a large device from his belt towards the other team. Ida slowed to avoid hitting it, remember being trapped in the glue from the training session. But upon hitting the ground, the device exploded in a blinding flash of light. I can't see, shouted Ida, coming to a stop. Flash bang grenade, said Todoroki, trying to get his senses back. There were only 11 seconds left. They had to keep hold of their headband. He was about to place it on his neck with the others when he heard Midoriya's voice. Now, Tokoemi! Call forth Dark Shadow and get the headband. Todoroki felt heat as his left arm burst into flame. What am I doing? He thought, horrified. He never used his left side in battle. Was it a desperate attempt to keep the bandana from being taken? His vision began to clear, but was still blurry, but he saw a dark figure lunging towards him. He reached out with his left arm to shield himself, still ablaze and clutching the 10 million point headband. The figure knocked his arm aside, exposing his chest. Seconds later, he felt something latch onto the headbands around his neck, and were torn away. The buzzer sounded. Time was up. Todoroki's sight finally cleared. He looked at the 10 million point headband he was still holding, but the rest of the bandanas around his neck were gone. He looked at Midoriya, who was holding his grapple hook with the bandanas clutched in the claw. He began to understand. While they were blinded, Tokoyami had used Dark Shadow to try and get the 10 million point headband. Instead, it just knocked his hand away, which opened his guard. Midoriya then used the grapple gun to take the rest of the headbands around his neck. They weren't worth as much, but they still made up at least 2,000 points. That meant that Midoriya and this team came in second. Todoroki and his team had won. Todoroki leaped down to the ground. He stared at his left arm. He had used his left side in battle out of desperation, something he swore he would never do. Damn, he thought bitterly. The victory felt so hollow. At this rate, I'll end up exactly as he wants me to be. The second event came to an end. Todoroki's team was in first, with Izuku's team in second, and Shinso, the purple-haired student from the General Studies course, in third, with several other groups going down the ranks from there. The games were put on intermission while the contestants went to lunch. The students were all catching up, some of them cursing their performance in the games, others congratulating their peers. "Hey," Uraraka said. "Has anyone seen Deku?" Todoroki stared coldly at Izuku as they stood across each other in the hallway of the faculty and student lounge. Izuku wasn't intimidated easily, but he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of resentment, anger, and pain that seemed to reside deep within Todoroki. This was perhaps something that the both of them had in common. "You wanted me here," said Izuku. "Now what do you want?" Chapter 20 Todoroki. "You wanted me here," said Izuku. "Now what do you want?" Todoroki continued to glare at Izuku. No matter how hard he tried, Izuku couldn't understand why Todoroki hated him so much. It was as if he didn't even care how well he did in the sports festival, so long as he beat Izuku. "I don't understand," said Izuku, exasperated. "Your little war is over, Todoroki. You won the cavalry battle. Why are you wasting my time?" "I was overwhelmed," said Todoroki. "What?" "I was overwhelmed, at the end of the cavalry battle," Todoroki explained. "And it made me break a promise I made to myself a long time ago." "Your fire quirk?" said Izuku. "I knew there was more to your quirk than you were letting on. Why haven't you used it? It would give you such a huge advantage in these games." Todoroki didn't answer. He pulled his left hand from his pocket, looking at it. "I didn't think much of you when I first met you, before the hero/villain training session," said Todoroki. "Despite not having a quirk, you were able to beat me. It was more than that, though. You outsmarted me. Then came the incident at the USJ. Despite being woefully outmatched, you were able to take control of the situation and turn it in our favor." "What's your point?" said Izuku. "You're a student of that American hero, Batman," Todoroki continued. "My father always told me that he was just a vigilante nobody. But witnessing you tells me differently. I'm stronger than you, or at least I should be. On top of that, there's Almight." "What do you mean?" said Izuku. "I've seen the way you act around him," said Todoroki. "You avoid him, yet he tries very hard to talk to you, to get your attention. Why you out of all of his students? And yet you seem to want nothing to do with him. You look upon him with intense hatred almost." "Again, Todoroki," said Izuku impatiently. "What is your point? There is some kind of connection between you and All Might. Are you his son?" asked Todoroki. Izuku stared at Todoroki for a good 10 seconds before bursting into laughter. "You think I'm his son?" Izuku said incredulously. "It's nothing like that at all. Why would you even think that?" "Nothing like that," repeated Todoroki. Interesting choice of words. That suggests that there is something between you two that you're not supposed to talk about. Izuku swallowed. If anything, Todoroki was sharp. You're seeing connections where there are none, he said. Todoroki didn't seem to be listening. You were aware that my father is endeavored before we even truly met, he said, his eyes narrowing. I don't know how you knew, but if you're connected to the #1 hero in some way, that would mean that I have even more reason to beat you. Izuku could hardly believe his ears. It was just like the villain attack at the USJ, except now he personally was being targeted by someone who should be his ally, all for having some small connection to All Might. He was so sick of this he could puke. What do you care of my so-called connection to All Might? Said Izuku. My father is an ambitious man, said Todoroki. He aims to be the best. He used his power to get to where he is now, but he has never been able to best All Might. The symbol of peace is living proof of his failure. He's still at it though, trying to take down All Might, one way or another. What are you getting at? Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Asked Todoroki. They became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intention of creating powerful children. Many people were forced into relationships. Izuku had heard of this. Eastern countries, Japan in particular, had a history of arranged marriages. For hundreds, even thousands of years, people had been forced into marriages in order to unite kingdoms, for business transactions, or to increase a family's power. When it was discovered that quirks were genetic, it was only a matter of time before people were marrying and breeding to create a dynasty of powerful kin. My father not only has a rich history of his past accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems, said Todoroki. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on her quirk. And now he's raising me to usurp All Might. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for Todoroki. To be born into this world and to have one's selfish ambitions thrust upon you was a tale as old as time. But Izuku was disgusted to learn that something like this could be prevalent in a profession where you are literally described as a hero. Izuku supposed that he shouldn't be surprised, as most people only wanted to become heroes this day and age to become rich and famous. This never mattered to Izuku. He wanted to be a hero for the sake of being a hero. He wanted to save people, to help those who can't help themselves. The level of corruption to befall Endeavor, the #2 hero, over something as pointless as the desire to be the best, made him sick to his stomach. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag, said Todoroki angrily, more to himself than to Izuku. He raised his hand to the red scar on his face. In every memory of my mother, I can only see her crying. I remember she called my left side unbearable before pouring boiling water on my face. Dear God, thought Izuku, horrified. The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man what I was capable of doing, said Todoroki, without having to rely on his damned fire quirk. I'm going to show him that I reject his power, and that I'm going to take first place without using it. So that was it. The reason behind his angst and animosity towards Izuku. Endeavor was living vicariously through him in an effort to displace All Might. In doing so he destroyed the lives of his wife, his son, and perhaps others as well. And now Todoroki was fighting back in the only way he knew how. He turned and began to walk away. You're obviously connected to All Might, even if you won't tell me about it, he said. But no matter how fiercely you come at me in the future, I will defeat you using only my right side. I can assure you of that. Then you better hope it's enough. Todoroki stopped, looking back at Izuku. I can't pretend to understand what you've been through, but that doesn't mean I'm going to take it easy on you either. I've had to scrape my way from the bottom of society's shitstick in order to get here, and I'm not about to give up now, said Izuku. I've gotten the better of you twice now, so you better be ready, because I will be coming at you with everything I've got. I can assure you of that. Todoroki said nothing, but turned and continued to walk away. The intermission had ended, and all the students who had not made it into the final 16 were dividing up to participate in side games prepared for them. UA even brought in cheerleaders from America to perform during the games, and Mineta and Kaminari had tricked the girls from Class 1A to participate with them. Izuku couldn't help but be amused at the fact that for such a smart girl, Yaoyorozu kept falling for their perverted schemes. When the games ended, the 16 finalists were slated to participate in a round-robin fighting tournament. This is where Izuku expected to really shine. His experience in the underground had prepared him to face off with powerful quirk users in one-on-one fisticuffs, only this time, he had his utility belt at his disposal. Plus, he also had his new secret weapon. But that also meant he had to be extra careful. They were still widely untested, and potentially dangerous. He had to use them only when absolutely necessary. And his gut told him that it would be against Todoroki. "Ah, yeah," said Kirishima excitedly. "Finally getting a chance to show what we're made of. I watch these finals every year and now I'm actually in them. Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against," said Midnight. "The 16 finalists have the option of participating in the recreational games or sit out to prepare for your upcoming battles. I'll start with the first place team." Excuse me." Everyone turned to see Ojiro raising his hand. "Sorry," he said, "but I'm withdrawing." Everyone gasped in shock. "But this is a rare chance for you to get scouted," said Ida. "I'm sorry," Ojiro said. "It wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it. I think it was that guy's quirk," he added more to himself. Izuku turned to see the purple-haired student, Shinso, looking at Ojiro with a scowl. He turned away when he noticed that Izuku was looking at him. Something was off about that guy, and it gave Izuku a funny feeling. "I know this is a great opportunity," said Ojiro. "I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way. I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. It wouldn't be fair." The other members of Class 1A tried to convince him to stay. Izuku knew that it was pointless. Ojiro was a warrior, like him, and a warrior's pride was the only true possession that was theirs to keep, and they wouldn't give it away for anything. Another student stepped forward towards Midnight. "Nairenjiki Shota from Class 1B, he said. "I would like to withdraw for the exact same reason. This isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot." Midnight took in a deep sigh. "This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys," she said. "That turns me on," she added suddenly, cracking her whip. "Shota! Ojiro! You're withdrawn!" Did she just say it turns her on? Izuku thought. Midnight moved up to members from the runner-up teams to replace Ojiro and Shota, Tetsu and Iba Shiozaki. The students then drew their lots to determine their matchup, which was put on the Jumbotron above them. Todoroki was paired up with Siro, Kaminari with Shiozaki, Ida with Hatsum, Oyama against Ishido, Tokoyami against Yaoyorozu. Tetsu against Kirishima, Shinso against another general studies student Izuku wasn't familiar with, and what Izuku saw made his heart sink to his shoes. His first fight was against Uraraka. Chapter 21 Izuku vs. Uraraka. It had been 30 minutes since the side games started. Izuku found himself wandering the halls of the contestant preparation center. He and Uraraka were slated to fight as soon as the side games ended. The cavalry battle had already pitted himself against one of his friends, and now he would have to face off against his best friend in martial combat, no less. Uraraka was strong, but she wasn't a fighter. Izuku already knew everything there is to know about her quirk. He had studied the quirks of all his classmates, but with Uraraka, it was different. There were no secrets between them, and she was the closest friend he had ever had. And now, that friendship might be in jeopardy. "Master Midoriya," came a voice behind him. Izuku recognized the voice instantly. He turned to see Alfred standing behind him, foam finger in hand, smiling. "Alfred," Izuku said. He had never been happier to see him. "I have to say, you've been causing quite a stir among the veteran heroes in attendance today," said Alfred. "Such is the burden of the bat, you might say." Alfred cocked his head. "Is something amiss, sir?" "No, not at all," Izuku lied. Izuku, in all my years in his employ, Master Bruce has never been able to keep the truth from me," said Alfred matter-of-factly. "What makes you think you will fare any differently?" He had him there. "I don't know what to do," Izuku said. "I have to fight Uraraka." "Ah, I see the quandary," said Alfred knowingly. "Miss Uraraka has performed quite admirably as well in these games. Perhaps she will pose to be more of a challenge than you anticipate." Izuku looked at Alfred, puzzled. "Master Bruce has been a patron of UA for years, Master Midoriya," Alfred explained. "As such, I have had the distinct pleasure of handling most of the day-to-day aspects of that relationship, and I have seen a lot of students come through this course. There is a common theme among the students who succeed in the course, and those who fail." "What's that?" asked Izuku. "The students who succeed don't always have lofty goals and admirable intentions," said Alfred. Izuku immediately thought of Endeavor and his conversation with Todoroki. "What sets them apart from the others is their willingness to do what is necessary. The path of a hero isn't easy, and sometimes it will put you at odds with those you would call your friends. And sometimes, failing to do what is necessary will only prolong the pain to come." "I don't understand," said Izuku. "If Miss Uraraka wasn't prepared to do what is necessary to succeed, she wouldn't have made it this far," said Alfred. "I'm sure she is just as conflicted as you, but knows that if she is to become a hero, then she knows that when a hero is called to battle, a hero answers, even if they know victory is slim." That made sense to Izuku. It was easy to draw the line between hero and villain, but it wasn't always so black and white. Heroes oftentimes found themselves on the other side of that line, as fighting those who were once their friends or allies, if that is where their mission took them. It was a difficult lesson, but a reality heroes had to face every day. "Thank you, Alfred," said Izuku. "The pleasure is mine, Master Midoriya," said Alfred. "Now I must be back to watch the rest of the games. I believe you know where you need to be." Izuku made his way to the preparation rooms. Uraraka should be in preparation room 2. He wanted to at least talk to her before the match started. Izuku stood outside preparation room 2. He must have been standing there for at least 2 minutes, trying to muster up the courage to knock. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even realize Ida standing beside him and jumped when he finally noticed him. "Are you all right, Midoriya?" Ida said. "I didn't mean to startle you." "No, it's all right," said Izuku. "I was just distracted." "I understand," said Ida. "You and Uraraka are close, aren't you?" "Yeah," said Izuku. "She's the best." "I can understand your predicament," said Ida. "It wasn't an easy decision to fight against you in the cavalry battle." Ida went silent, looking away. Izuku understood. A part of him probably still felt guilty turning against Izuku in his time of need. Izuku put a hand on Ida's shoulder. "It's okay," he said. "I understand." Izuku turned back to the door, steeled himself, and knocked. "Come in," came Uraraka's voice from inside. "Uraraka," said Ida as he and Izuku entered the preparation room. She was sitting at a long folding table. It looked like she had been sitting there a while. "Deku," she added. Her expression was strange, a mix between happiness, excitement, and fear. Izuku didn't quite know what to make of it. "Hey, Uraraka," said Izuku awkwardly. "How are you doing?" "I'm okay," she replied. Izuku could see right through her. Her hands had gone very white, as if she had been wringing them for a while, and she was trembling slightly. She must have caught on that Izuku wasn't buying it. "Okay, I'm a little nervous. A lot nervous," she added sheepishly. "I'm sure there's nothing to worry about," Ida offered. "I'm sure Midoriya won't use his full strength against you, right, Midoriya?" Izuku said. A small battle waged inside his head. On one hand, Uraraka was his friend, and he would sooner disembowel himself before hurting her. On the other hand, Izuku was afraid that if he didn't go all out, Uraraka would be mad at him for patronizing her. "Don't you dare," said Uraraka. Izuku was taken aback. Uraraka had a look of fierce determination on her face. As she stared Izuku dead in the eyes, he couldn't help but feel an immense power hiding behind her bubbly and laid-back attitude. "Don't you dare go easy on me, Deku," she continued. "You're wonderful. I see that over and over again, ever since you first came to my rescue back on that street. During the cavalry battle I thought that it was a good idea to team up with friends. But now that I think about it, I might have been trying to rely on you to get by. That's why when Ida said that he was trying his best to beat you, I actually felt kind of embarrassed for myself." Izuku never considered this. He was always looking up to Uraraka for her amazing abilities. He didn't realize that she was looking up to him as well. He was so used to being underestimated by others. He was told he was a useless nobody all his life by Kaken. To be admired by both Ida and Uraraka was so new to him. "Everyone is facing their futures and giving it their best," Uraraka said. "So that means we're all rivals, even you and me, Deku." She raised her shaky hand in a thumbs up. "So I'll see you on the battlefield." Izuku smiled. Uraraka really was amazing. "It's time for the first battle of the finals," shouted President Mike. "This promises to be an interesting matchup." Uraraka and Izuku's picture was thrown up on the Jumbotron. As he made his way onto the field, Izuku saw Uraraka entering the stadium across from him. Her face was pale, but filled with the same determination she had from the room. They made their way to the center of the stadium, where a large fighting ring, surrounded by huge flaming torches. They stood on each side of the ring, facing each other. "He's the hotshot upstart from way out of left field," President Mike continued his commentary. "He's a whiz with the tech and has a penchant for explosions, and is the first Quirkless student ever to be accepted into UA's hero course, Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya." The crowd roared at his name. Izuku was too embarrassed to wave, simply looking ahead towards Uraraka. "Versus the one I'm personally rooting for," said President Mike. "The Infinity Girl herself, Mistress of Gravity, also from Class 1A, Achiko Uraraka." Izuku dropped into his fighting stance. "Good luck, Uraraka." Uraraka readied herself. "You too, Deku." "Let the first match begin." Uraraka acted, immediately rushing Izuku. He was ready for her. All she had to do was touch him once. He had to maintain his distance. She ran at him, keeping low to the ground. She was going to swipe upward with her extended left and... No, thought Izuku. No, she's not. It's a feint. She's going to attack with her right. Just as he thought, when she reached him she launched her right hand forward, trying to catch him off guard. He deftly dodged her hand, grabbing it, used her built-up momentum to throw her over his shoulder. She tumbled and rolled back to her feet. "Whoa!" shouted President Mike. "Midoriya has countered Uraraka's attack!" Uraraka rallied quickly, rushing towards Izuku again. She began thrusting her hands towards Izuku, trying to touch him. He continued to dodge and parry her attacks, making sure to avoid her fingers. "You've gotten a lot better, Uraraka," said Izuku between blows. "Thanks, Deku," she said, smiling as she continued her attack. "I've been practicing." Emphasizing the last word, she threw a high kick directly at Izuku's head, who parried it, instinctively sweeping the foot she was standing on out from under her before she could retain her balance from the kick. She hit the ground hard, but rolled on her back and up to her feet. "She's really going all out," said Izuku, impressed. She really had gotten stronger. Uraraka charged again. Izuku was ready for her. He leaped into the air above her. Uraraka craned her neck in surprise as she watched Izuku leap gracefully over her. Pivoting in midair, Izuku threw an explosive batarang at her feet, which exploded as soon as it made contact, throwing her forward. She stood back up, brushing herself off. The blast had damaged the ring, debris and rubble strewn across it. Uraraka charged him again. Izuku threw a smoke pellet down at his feet, disappearing in the smoke as Uraraka rushed him. "Midoriya is gone in a puff of smoke," said President Mike. "His unique training has made him adept at disappearing, but how will it help him in an open arena?" Uraraka ignored the smoke and pressed on, trying to grasp Izuku. Izuku couldn't see in the smokescreen without his mask, but he had grown adept at using his other senses to get his bearings. He could hear Uraraka's footsteps as they ran into the smoke. He had to be patient and wait for the right moment. He felt a small rush of wind against his side. She had brushed up against him. Now! He reached out and grabbed hold of something, but it was too light to be Uraraka. The smoke cleared, and he opened his eyes to reveal her gym uniform jacket. He'd been suckered. He dodged her hand as her fingernail barely scratched his cheek. He flipped into a back handspring, getting some distance between them, but not before he left her a parting gift. She balked as she heard a loud, beeping sound somewhere close to her. Very close. Looking down at the source was a small, flashing device attached to her hip. The explosion knocked her off her feet, sending her cascading towards the other side of the ring. She hit the ground hard and rolled a few times before finally coming to a stop, lying in the prone position on the ring. The crowd around them roared in protest, howls and boos ringing out across the stadium. "Hey, you big bully!" shouted one of the pros, standing in protest. "What's the deal, using bombs on her? If you're really so good, stop toying with her and push her out of the ring already!" Several other heroes yelled in agreement. "Whoa!" said Present Mike. "The crowd is actually booing Midoriya. I can't say I totally blame them, using explosives on her like the—" He suddenly yelled out in pain. "Hey man, what the crap?" he said indignantly. "Where is the man who started this uproar?" came Aizawa's sharp voice. "Are you a pro? Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career." The crowd went deathly silent. The hero in question looked completely flummoxed by Aizawa's words. Midoriya's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to be here. He's using whatever he can to keep her at bay to come out on top. "Come on, Uraraka," thought Izuku. "Get up." Uraraka slowly staggered to her feet, looking at Izuku with a smile. "Thanks, Deku," she said, "for not taking it easy on me. And for keeping your eyes focused on me." Izuku cocked his head, confused. She began to put her hands together, as she did when releasing something It suddenly dawned on him. Looking sharply upward, he finally saw what she was talking about. Floating at least 10 meters above them were several of Izuku's bombs and explosive batarangs. Izuku couldn't help but laugh despite this. He was so impressed. She continuously rushed him so he would have no choice but to focus on avoiding and countering her. In doing so, she was able to swipe his tools and explosives right out from under him. She had been studying him all this time so she would know exactly what pockets to pick. What's more, Izuku didn't think he needed the countermeasures that protected unauthorized access to his belt for this event, so he deactivated them before the match. He had played right into her hands. He was never going to hear the end of it from Bruce. "Release!" shouted Uraraka. The bombs and batarangs all came crashing down quickly. Uraraka charged Izuku again. The plan was brilliant. If he let the bombs drop, they would detonate on impact, and send them both out of the ring. If he tried to stop them, that left him open for Uraraka to use her quirk. She really had gotten so much stronger. But Izuku still had his ace in the hole. He pressed a button on one of his gauntlets. It sprang to life, making a humming sound and glowing a dull blue color at the back of the hands and the forearm. He positioned himself, stretching his palm towards the falling arsenal, bracing it with his other hand. It was time for that field test. The explosion erupted from his outstretched palm was deafening. It cascaded up into the air at least 30 feet, colliding with the other falling weapons, causing them to erupt in an explosion that rocked the stadium, blasting the contestants and some of the audience back, shattering windows and displays. Uraraka was thrown backward in the blast as well, once again landing hard against the floor of the ring. Smoke and debris billowed and fell across the stadium, and the crowd had gone deadly silent. Uraraka strained to get up, but her body screamed in protest. She was pushed past her limit. The last explosion had nearly knocked her unconscious. As the smoke began to dissipate, she saw Izuku walking towards her crumpled form, cradling his hand. "Deku?" Uraraka said weakly. "That hurt like a mother," said Izuku. "Are you okay?" "I can still fight," Uraraka said, wincing as she tried to lift herself. But Izuku held her down. I want you to listen to something, Uraraka, said Izuku. She paused, straining her ears to listen. She could hear a sound, like a cascading waterfall. No, it was clapping. Applause. That applause is for you, Izuku continued. You did so well. I'm so proud of you. Tears began to form around Uraraka's eyes. I knew I wouldn't have been able to beat you, she said. You almost did, said Izuku. Uraraka looked up at him in surprise. You pulled one over on me. I had to use my trump card early just to stop it. Honestly, you gave me a run for my money. Really? Really? Uraraka is incapacitated, shouted Midnight. Midoriya wins the first, huh? Midnight stopped short. Izuku had picked up Uraraka up off the ground to a standing position, supporting her weight. Together, they raised their hands to wave the cheering crowd before them. Wow, said President Mike. The crowd is really showing their love for these two contestants. Uraraka put up a great fight, and Midoriya being such a great sport, this is truly one for the record books, people. And with that, the first round of the finals came to an end. Chapter 22 Uraraka's Lament. Izuku and Uraraka's performance in the first event completely rocked the Casbah, the stadium buzzing with excitement as contestants and observers alike discussing the enthralling and controversial match. Uraraka's powerful quirk, tenacity, and strategy of swiping Izuku's tools certainly earned her major points with the pros. Izuku was receiving mixed reviews. That Midoriya kid is something else, said one attendee. To do all that he's been doing without a quirk is really impressive. Yeah, but he's still gonna have a hard time being a hero without a quirk, said another observer. I mean, look at Endeavor's son. Not much competition there. I don't know, he seems pretty good to me. Izuku didn't really care about what people thought of him. Right now, his only concern was for Uraraka. After leaving the arena, he accompanied her to see Recovery Girl. The explosions had done a number on her, but thankfully it was nothing serious. Izuku is still immensely guilty. I'm sorry, Uraraka, he said for the millionth time as Recovery Girl healed her. Don't be, Deku, she said, surprisingly cheerfully. I told you not to hold back, didn't I? Still, said Izuku sheepishly. She'll be fine, young man, said Recovery Girl. Although that bomb you put on her hip caused some severe burns, they're healing up nicely. Izuku's stomach twisted. He was so proud of Uraraka and how well she fought in the match, but he still felt terrible at the fact that their match had to be the first. That meant she wasn't able to showcase her abilities anymore to potential recruiters. Still, he knew it would have looked bad if he had just let her win. She wanted to show everyone what she could do on her own, without help. But what really bothered him was that he knew that she had a lot riding on becoming a hero, and the field was oversaturated already, making it that much more difficult for heroes in training to make it in this industry. They only had 3 chances in their lifetime to make a good impression, and he was afraid that he may have taken that chance away. Such was the price of competition, he supposed. Don't worry, Deku, said Uraraka, as if reading his mind. It was a good match. It showed me that I have a lot to learn about fighting. It'll prepare me for the next time. Speaking of which, Uraraka added, your match is going to be starting soon, right? You better hurry and get ready. I'll be right there. Are you sure? Asked Izuku. Don't worry, said Uraraka again. I'll see you soon, and I'll be cheering you on. Izuku hesitantly left, heading off towards the preparation rooms. Recovery Girl went to attend to her other duties, leaving Uraraka alone. She took her phone from her gym bag, but stopped just short of opening it, simply staring at it as it rested in her hand. Tears began to well at her eyes, and she could no longer hold them back. She had failed. She had so much riding on this, and she ultimately fell short. She knew she would have been paired against Deku eventually, but she had hoped it would have been a few rounds in, and not be eliminated in the first round. She wanted to call her parents, but she didn't know if she could. Young miss, are you all right? Uraraka looked up to see a tall, slender man in a black pinstriped suit and bow tie standing in the doorway of the medical wing. He was an elderly man, balding with a gray mustache under his nose, with bright and very kind-looking eyes staring at her. "Oh yes, I'm fine," said Uraraka, attempting to stand. Her knee buckled under her. Now that the adrenaline of the fight had worn off, she was aware of how sore she was, despite Recovery Girl's treatment. The man stretched his hand forward, helping to steady her. Uraraka looked down to see that she had inadvertently opened the stitching on her knee, which began to bleed. Recovery Girl had opted for stitches and bandages and not her quirk, considering that she had used a lot of her stamina for the match. It wouldn't have made a difference anyway. "Permit me, miss," said the man, placing his hand upon her knee. Startled at first by this rather forward gesture, Uraraka felt a warm, tingling sensation as the man's hand began to glow. After a moment or two, he drew back and her knee was completely healed. "I beg your pardon," said the man, bowing slightly as Uraraka stared in amazement. "Forgive my manners. My name is Alfred Pennyworth. How does it feel?" "Much better," said Uraraka. "My name is Ochako Uraraka. Are you a doctor here too?" "I didn't realize that there were other healing quirks out there," said Uraraka. "It is a rare gift indeed," said Alfred matter-of-factly. "And no two of them are quite alike either." He pulled up a stool and sat down across from Uraraka. "So what seems to be troubling you, Miss Uraraka?" "Oh, it's nothing, really," said Uraraka, turning away. "I should think that you should be ecstatic, considering how well you did in the festival," Alfred said. "It wasn't that close," said Uraraka. "I rushed it. I didn't have a backup plan after that big move, and it cost me. I failed." Alfred considered her for a moment. "Is that really such a bad thing?" Uraraka nodded sadly. "I was supposed to do better, go further in the festival so I would have more chances to show what I'm made of. But I couldn't beat Deku, not even at my best." "If I'm not mistaken," said Alfred, "Izuku Midoriya is rumored to have been trained by the Batman, is he not?" "That's right," said Uraraka. "Well then," said Alfred, "I would say that you were at quite a disadvantage from the start, weren't you?" "I guess so," said Uraraka. "He's so amazing, and I'm just not." Tears began to flow freely as Uraraka placed her face in her hands. "Why do you want to be a hero, young miss?" asked Alfred, passing her a silk handkerchief. Uraraka sniffed and wiped her tears. "I want to be able to help my parents financially," she said. "A noble goal," said Alfred, "but potentially dangerous." "What do you mean?" said Uraraka. "It's none of my business," said Alfred. "But I'm sure that you are worth more than money to your parents. And the path of a hero is a hard, dangerous, and sometimes lonely road. Isn't there something else less dangerous that could help you meet your goal?" "Well, yeah, but..." Uraraka trailed off. She had considered this initially as well, but it was clear that this day and age the quickest way to celebrity and wealth was through being a hero, even if it was the most dangerous. "Let me rephrase," said Alfred. "If your parents were to become fiscally secure, what would be your reason to become a hero?" Uraraka was silent. She didn't have an immediate answer for this. Yes, her parents were the main reason for her becoming a hero, but she had also considered many other avenues, even working for her father and using her quirk instead of heavy equipment. But her father had always encouraged her to pursue her own dreams, no matter what they were. She thought of Deku, and of how noble and strong his dreams of being a hero are. But the truth is that her only dream has been to alleviate her parents' suffering, even at the expense of her own suffering. "It's quite all right not to know right now," said Alfred kindly. "But if you would permit this old man to say so, I think you already know the answer." "What do you mean?" asked Uraraka. "Why, my dear, what is heroism but service to one's fellow men?" Alfred said. With that, he bowed and exited the room, leaving Uraraka alone with her thoughts. After a few minutes, she made her way to the preparation room to clean herself and join Deku and the others to watch the matches. As her current gym uniform was damaged in the battle, she began changing into a new uniform provided for her when her phone rang, startling her. It was her father. "Hey Dad," said Uraraka, trying not to sound flustered at his surprise call. "Oh Chaco!" her father's voice exclaimed from the other line. Honey, I'm so proud of you! You almost won! Her father's cheerful voice brought Uraraka to her knees, allowing her tears to flow freely. That was something she admired about him. No matter how tough things were, how hard he had to work, and how miserable their situation, he always had a smile on his face. She was old enough that she could see through it, and saw just how beaten down and tired he really was, but he refused to let it show through to her. Ochako? Her father said concernedly. What's the matter? Oh, Dad, said Uraraka through her tears. I failed. Honey, don't say that, her father replied kindly. You did so well. Just because you lost the match doesn't mean you can't be a pro hero. I don't have the best understanding of how all this works, but there's always next year, right? This isn't the end. I know, she sobbed. I just wish I could have done better. Ochako, what are you in such a hurry for? Her father said, chuckling. Because I want to help you guys out as soon as I can. Ochako, there's no need to rush yourself, said her father comfortingly. I don't want that to be the reason you become a hero. What do you mean? Asked Uraraka, wiping her tears. You have always put others first in your life, said her father. Whenever there was someone who needed help, whenever someone was in trouble, you always felt it was your duty to help them. The very fact that you feel that way shows me that you'll make a kind, caring hero one day. The simple fact is, I believe that being a hero to others is what you were born to do. Do you understand? Alfred's words before he left flashed through Uraraka's mind like a bolt of lightning. I think you already know the answer. What is heroism but service to one's fellow men? Yeah, she said finally. I think I do. Don't worry about your mother and I, said her father. Things are looking up. How's that? Said Uraraka. I got a call the other day, he replied. It happened so fast I hadn't had time to tell you about it. But an American businessman called me and said that he was expanding his company overseas, starting here in Japan. He said he reviewed my past projects and is impressed with the quality of my work. He's provided me with a huge advance and I've been able to hire more people, purchase new equipment, and we've already started working on projects. You're serious? Said Uraraka, hardly able to believe her ears. I am, honey, said her father happily. Your father is now the exclusive consulting contractor for Waytech Japan, Ochako, one of the biggest companies in the United States. You don't have to rush now, Ochako. Now you can focus on becoming the best hero this world has ever seen. I know you'll make us proud. Uraraka sank to her knees, her heart filled to the brim with happiness. She knew that this was just the beginning, and that there would be more trials to await her in the future, but right now, she didn't care. Her family was going to be okay, even without her help, but that didn't matter to her. She now knew who she truly was. I am Ochako Uraraka. I am going to save others. I am a hero. Chapter 23 Izuku vs. Shinso. Izuku made his way back to the stadium. He estimated that the first round of matches must be halfway done by now, so he would soon have to prepare for his next battle. He had yet to learn who had advanced to the next round, and had spent a lot of time with Uraraka, so he hadn't had the chance to analyze the other opponent's quirks, leaving him at a disadvantage. But if he hurried, he could make it back in time to watch the tail end of the first round of matches. He stopped abruptly at the end of the hall connecting to the stadium entrance. Leaning against the wall, as if waiting for him, was the general education student Shinso. His face remained passive as his eyes met Izuku's, but his gaze sent an odd chill down Izuku's spine. So you're back, he said simply. I finished my first match as well. Looks like we're going to be paired against each other in the next one. Izuku Midoriya, that's you, right? Izuku was about to answer when he felt something cover his mouth. Alarmed, he looked back to see Ojiro standing behind him, using the tip of his tail to silence him. Not so fast, he said, glaring at Shinso, who simply smirked smugly and walked away. Midoriya, said Ojiro, releasing him. I've been looking for you everywhere. Ojiro? Said Izuku. What was that about? You didn't watch his match, did you? Ojiro asked, concerned. No, I was with Uraraka, Izuku replied. What's going on? Come with me, said Ojiro. We have to talk about that guy's quirk. Brainwashing? Yes, said Ojiro. His first match was against another general studies student, who simply walked out of the ring at the start of the match. This confirmed my suspicions about his quirk I had from the second event. Izuku clasped his hands together in thought, his stomach churning. Izuku had read reports about villains and criminals with this quirk. It was extremely rare and extremely dangerous. Izuku was reminded of his time in the warehouse with Bruce, poring over case files of criminals and supervillains he had faced, some of them with mind-altering abilities of their own. They varied in strength and effectivity, some using pheromones to influence the opposite gender, as was the case with Pamela Isley, the beautiful and deadly Poison Ivy. Some used technology to control their victims, like Jervis Tetch, the Mad Hatter. No matter their methods, Bruce made sure Izuku knew in no uncertain terms never to underestimate them. Mind control. The words sounded even more frightening out loud. Can I even defend against something like that? One can't simply control the mind like a pawn on a chessboard, said Bruce. But the Constitution can be manipulated, given the right circumstances. Just as there are many ways that this can be accomplished, there are ways to beat it. How? Don't get brainwashed in the first place, Bruce replied. Izuku knew better than to think he was being facetious. A preemptive strike usually yields the best results. If they do manage to get a hold of you, you need to be prepared. Though the effects vary in range, they all have one thing in common: attacking the frontal lobe, the center of cognitive thought and choice. In doing so, the mind becomes foggy and unclear, allowing your lizard brain, responsible for more primal instincts like fight or flight, to take over. This part of the brain is much more susceptible to stimulus, positive or negative, allowing for the subject to be dominated. The best way to fight against these effects is to focus, Bruce continued. We have to train your mind to combat these effects long enough for you to find the catalyst. What's the catalyst? Asked Izuku. Their source of control, said Bruce. Every brainwasher has one. Certain environmental conditions have to be met in order to maintain the effects of the brainwashing. Sometimes, extreme external stimuli can jolt the victim from their hold. Like what? Like a crack to the head, said Bruce simply. Others require more intensive deprogramming. Regardless, even the strongest of people have let their minds be taken because they lacked one thing: focus. It is the key to strengthening your will. What do I do? Asked Izuku. Learn to bring your focus away from the cloud, away from stimuli, internal and external, and center it on the one thing that no one can take from you, who you are, said Bruce. He then threw Izuku into several simulations designed to overwhelm his senses through intense stimuli: light, darkness, sound, heat, cold, even subjecting him to mild shocks and cracking him over the back and arms with a bamboo staff. Izuku was to stay perfectly still during these sessions, repeating to himself over and over again, I am Izuku Midoriya. I am Izuku Midoriya. I am Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya? Izuku was brought back to reality. Sorry, Ojiro, said Izuku. Please continue. He didn't get into my head until he asked me a question in the second round, said Ojiro. I think that's the secret to his power. But even if he gets you, there's still a chance you can beat it. During the second round, I don't remember anything at all except the very end of the battle. I think we were running away after Shiso took Tetsu's headband. I bumped into another person. It was like I woke up, and I was me again. So that bump broke his hold? Maybe, said Ojiro. It's just a guess. Izuku leaned back in his chair. This could be the catalyst Bruce mentioned. Like slapping a hysterical person, enough external trauma could potentially bring someone back to their senses, but it was still too much of a gamble to rely on. Plus, on a one-on-one battle he couldn't rely on a third party to help him out of it. Anyway, man, said Ojiro, standing up. I hope that helps, because that's all I know. It helps immensely, said Izuku. Thanks, Ojiro. You're a good guy. Ojiro sighed. To be honest, I really was hoping I would have gotten the chance to face you in the tournament, Midoriya, he said, extending his hand. Ever since I saw you during the battle training, I've been hoping for a match between us. Izuku shook his hand. Don't worry, he said, smiling. You'll get your chance. I'll be looking forward to it too. I know it sounds selfish, but beat this guy for both of us, said Ojiro. I'll do my best. And now for our second round. The booming voice of Present Mike was met by a roar of applause. You all know the rules. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. Izuku tightened his utility belt and stood before his opponent. Shizen's expressionless face differed only by the intense glare behind his eyes. Izuku felt a chill despite himself upon meeting his gaze. He had to end this match quick. If Shinso's quirk was really as powerful as he feared, he couldn't allow him to use it. Not only that, Izuku hadn't had the chance to see Shinso in action, and had no knowledge about his hand-to-hand combat skills. So you can just give up, huh? Said Shinso. Izuku said nothing, instead dropping down into a fighting stance. Shinso chuckled. I thought not, he said. In a way, this is a test to show how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold, you can't worry about what other people think. Ready! Shouted Present Mike. That monkey was going on about pride earlier. Shinso continued. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. Izuku felt his blood boil, but said nothing. Shinso was trying to goad him. He wasn't going to let it work. Shinso looked slightly annoyed at Izuku's lack of response. Begin! Let's get this over with then, said Shinso. Then you can get back to beating up little girls. Izuku snapped. You watch your goddamn mouth, you arrogant Sonova dash. Izuku froze. Everything around him felt fuzzy, and all conscious thoughts seemed to drift away. He could only vaguely see Shinso's smug smirk through the fog surrounding his eyes. That's it. I win. I told him not to say anything, Ojiro said, standing exasperatedly. What's happening? Said Uraraka, alarmed. It's his quirk, said Ida. Midoriya's been brainwashed. Oh, said Present Mike. This match should have started off with a bang, but now it looks like Shinso's got a hold of another one. Midoriya is completely frozen. That last fight of Shinso's completely floored the audience. Who would have expected such a turn of events? That's the festival for ya. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't logical, came Aizawa's drawling voice. I compiled some information about our finalists. Shinso failed the practical exam to get into the hero course. So he also applied for general studies because he probably figured that would happen. His quirk is incredibly strong, but that entrance test consisted of fighting foe villains. Robots. It gave a huge advantage to those who had above-average physical abilities they could show off. Despite his abilities, Shinso never stood a chance at passing. So here we are, said Shinso. You're lucky you've been so blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Despite not having powers, you still managed to wow the judges enough to make it into the hero course with your little sideshow gimmicks. Now turn around and walk out of the ring, like a good little hero. Izuku barely felt his limbs move beneath him as they walked towards the edge of the ring. He couldn't think straight, the fog in his mind was too thick. It felt as if there was an instinctual part of his mind that was compelling him to obey Shinso, almost like a survival instinct. The edge of the ring drew closer and closer, and Izuku's concentration grew worse. It was his own fault. He was baited and he fell for it, hook, line and sinker. Now he was about to lose. Even with a quirk like this, Shinso's voice was clear as day through the fog. I have my own dreams for becoming a true hero. So lose for me. No, not like this. He had to focus. He had to remember what Bruce had taught him. He had to remember who he was. My name. His head was so cloudy. My name is Izuku. He was almost near the edge. It was almost over. Deku. The word came to his mind like lightning. He had heard it before, back in the recesses of his mind. A voice called to him, a voice that sounded familiar. Deku. Kaken? Deku, my name is Deku. His mind began to clear. It was working. My name is Deku. My name is Deku. His pace slowed to a stop. My name is Deku. And I am a hero! Izuku roared fiercely as he slammed his gauntlet fist into the ground below, igniting an explosion that left a large crack in the ring. Izuku gasped as he regained his composure. As the smoke and dust from the explosion, Izuku saw he had stopped just inches from the edge of the ring. What's this? Shouted Present Mike in surprise. Midoriya stopped just in time! The crowd erupted in applause. Izuku looked back towards Shinso, shock and disbelief etched on his usually passive face. No, impossible! He said angrily. You're not supposed to be able to fight back. What did you do? Izuku knew better this time. Keeping his mouth shut, he ran towards the shell-shocked Shinso. Come on, say something, he said. I didn't know anyone was strong enough to break my hold. Thanks to my quirk, I've always been at a big disadvantage. Of all people, someone who's quirkless like you would know what that's like. But even you were blessed enough to have someone like Batman at your side. Izuku said nothing. He was right. Izuku understood what it was like to be disadvantaged. He had lived with it his entire life, always overshadowed by others with even the simplest of quirks. But he was right about something else as well. He had been blessed. Bruce had seen something in him that no one else had, and found a way to bring it to the surface. You're lucky enough to have your training, to have a pro hero at your side, Shinso continued. It will be so easy for you to reach your goal. Say something, you lucky brat. He threw a punch at Izuku, but he deftly dodged it. Using his own momentum against him, Izuku grabbed Shinso by his outstretched arm and threw him in the direction of the ring's edge. The crowd grew hushed as Shinso hit the floor of the ring hard, and his world grew dark. Whenever anyone asked about Hitoshi Shinso's quirk, they always treated him differently afterwards. Some people were excited or jealous about his power, thinking about all the people they could control or things they could do with a power like his. Others were terrified of him, afraid to be in his presence lest they be controlled by him. He couldn't blame them. He assumed that if he came across someone with this power, he would think they would use it for evil, too. Sounds criminal, or perfect power for a villain to have, they would say to him. He was used to people looking at him like the bad guy. But I'm not. Shinso is out of bounds, shouted Midnight. Izuku Midoriya advances to the next round. Izuku and Shinso stood across from each other, as the crowd roared in applause. Shinso looked sullen and angry. Izuku couldn't blame him. He had so much riding on his performance in the festival. He still had a long road ahead of him. Shinso, Izuku said. Why do you want to be a hero? Shinso shrugged, walking away. You can't help what your heart longs for. Izuku understood. He felt the same way his entire life. Every time someone told him he could never be a hero, or that he was too weak, or that his dreams were unrealistic, they weighed heavily on him. He could see that same weight on Shinso's shoulders. Izuku was just like him. Then you better keep trying, said Izuku. Shinso looked at him, confused. I almost gave up on my dream once. I'm only here because of the people that have believed in me, Izuku continued, pointing towards the crowd. And now you have others that believe in you. Shinso looked towards the crowd where Izuku was pointing. His Class 1C classmates were all cheering for him. Not only that, but several pros were talking among themselves about him. With a quirk like that, catching criminals would be easy. Wish I had it. I can't believe they put him in 1C, those idiots. Well, there are a lot of applicants this year. Still, he would have dominated if he had more combat experience. Shinso could hardly believe his ears. That's all for you, Shinso, Izuku said. People who believe in you. And now I'm one of them, so you better not give up. Shinso didn't turn to look at Izuku. Don't worry, Midoriya, said Shinso. I'm going to get onto the hero track, get certified, and become a better pro than any of you. Izuku nodded. Then you better learn to throw a better punch, he said, chuckling. Izuku felt the flash of Shinso's quirk take hold once more. Prepared, Izuku was able to shake it off this time. Nice try. Shinso chuckled, finally looking back. Better keep your guard up, Midoriya, he said. You better not lose and make me look bad. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he made his way back to the preparation room. He had a feeling he'd be seeing Shinso again in no time at all. Chapter 24: Contestants and Casualties. During the first round, Todoroki made his way towards the arena. He and his classmate Shiro were the last fight of the first round. He was still pondering Midoriya's victory over Uraraka. He was foolish to let her get the drop on him like she did. It could have very well cost him the match. Still, Todoroki knew that he would prevail. Even if he was fighting his friend, there was no way Midoriya would lose. But even he had to admit he was surprised by Midoriya's new equipment. He knew that he favored explosives, but these new gauntlets could give him a significant edge against the other competitors. They seemed to be more versatile, projecting the explosions outwardly from his hands, allowing for better control of the blasts. Not only that, he could use them at close range, allowing him to get in closer to his enemy to deal devastating damage. But Todoroki wasn't worried. Ever since the battle training, Todoroki had underestimated him. Not anymore. He would beat him with his mother's quirk, quickly and efficiently. He would show everyone, especially him, that he did not need his quirk to. Todoroki froze. What do you want? He spat angrily. At the end of the hallway, leaning against the wall, stood a powerful, towering figure. Easily over 6 feet tall, his powerful, muscular frame was made even more intimidating by the billowing red flames that pulsated across his body. His face, and shoulders in particular, roared with orange flame, but even they were too weak to hide the scowl he wore. You're acting disgracefully, Shoto, said Endeavor. If you had simply used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in both of the first rounds. Instead, your stubborn impudence has allowed you to be bested by that Quirkless boy twice now. That Quirkless boy was trained by Batman, said Todoroki. Endeavor snorted. Hardly an excuse, he said. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile Almight. Continuing to limit yourself will only result in more defeats. Todoroki continued walking, past his father, without looking at him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Said Endeavor. You're different from your siblings. You are my greatest masterpiece. Todoroki clenched his teeth. He hated that name. Constantly bragging about his greatest creation, or wondrous masterpiece, reduced to nothing but a trophy and a tool in his father's eyes. It disgusted and angered him. Is that all you have to say to me, you bastard? Todoroki snarled. I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use yours. Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power, said Endeavor. Enough standing around, shouted Present Mike. Let's welcome our next competitors, the last of the first round. The four corners of the arena erupted in roaring flames as the crowd cheered. He's got skills, but at the expense of some really creepy-looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Hanta Shiro. That was uncalled for, said Shiro, stretching his arms. Versus an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too strong for his own good, continued Present Mike. Someone who had rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. Uraraka and Ida sat on the edge of their seats. She wished that Deku was here to see this, but he and Ojiro were preparing for his next match. Uraraka couldn't help but notice something seemed to be off with Todoroki. Ida, she said, nudging her friend. Does Todoroki look different somehow? What do you mean? Asked Ida. I mean, he just looks like something's wrong, said Uraraka. Now that you mention it, said Ida, looking closer. Todoroki's head was bowed, the shadow from his long hair hiding his eyes. He had a strange aura about him, and looking at him made Ida feel uneasy. I wonder what could be wrong. Begin, shouted Present Mike. Shiro sighed as he continued to stretch. I don't really think I can win this fight, he said. But still, In a flash of lightning speed, Zero whipped a long strip of tape from his elbow, wrapping it around Todoroki. With impressive strength relative to his size, he hurled his captive towards the edge of the ring. "I don't feel like losing either." "Whoa," said President Mike. "A surprising move from the underdog. Way to start off strong, Zero." For a brief moment, it looked as if it was about to be over before it began. But the force of the throw had blown Todoroki's hair from his face, and what Uraraka saw made her recoil. From the depths of Todoroki's eyes was a boiling hatred that would make the strongest of men falter. Todoroki had always been calm, collected, even in the face of danger. But the person facing Zero in the ring did not appear to be that same Todoroki. "Apologies," Zero heard him say. He slammed his foot to the ground, stopping him from flying outside the ring. Zero only had an instant to gasp as the ice creeping across the ground quickly encased him. The entire stadium shook around them, the audience crying out in unison in alarm and fear. Izuku and Ojiro had finished their meeting, and were making their way back to the stadium when the ground shook violently beneath them. "Is that an earthquake?" shouted Ojiro, steadying himself against the wall. The shaking stopped, and they ran at full speed towards the stadium bleachers. The audience was deathly quiet as the wall of ice stopped inches from their faces. The heroes patrolling the ground froze in collective shock, and even President Mike was at a loss for words. A giant mountain of jagged ice stretched upward from the arena below, extending at least several miles out of the open roof of the stadium. Todoroki exhaled softly, a small cloud of vapor escaping his mouth. His entire left side was covered in frost and ice, and he easily broke the now frozen cellophane that was wrapped around him. Said Zero weakly, encapsulated from the neck down at the base of the ice mountain. "Don't you think you went a little overboard?" "Tell the truth, Zero," said Midnight, half frozen and shivering. "Can you move at all?" "Are you kidding?" said Zero. "Obviously not. My body is freezing." "Zero has been immobilized," shouted Midnight. "Todoroki advances to the second round." There were a bunch of audience members yelling, "Nice try!" in an effort to comfort the frozen Zero. Todoroki walked towards his opponent, almost sheepishly. "Sorry," he said. "That was a bit much." He placed his left hand on Zero's chest. Immediately, the ice around him began to melt. "I was angry is all." Izuku watched curiously as he watched Todoroki melt Zero from his ice prison. For some reason, Todoroki looked very sad to him. Present time. Izuku's fight with Shinso marked the beginning of the second round of fighting. The victors advancing included Todoroki and Izuku himself, but also Ishido, who had managed to knock Aoyama off his feet and out of the match with an impressive uppercut, Kirishima, who in an incredible display of redundancy actually tied his rival Tetsu, allowing them a tiebreaker match in the form of an arm wrestling competition, which Kirishima had just managed to win. Ida was also advancing, having won his match against Mei Hatsum, who in reality had him wear one of her devices and make him run around the arena while she showed it off to recruiters. She later stepped out of the ring herself after adequately making a show of herself. Kaminari had defeat handed to him easily by the pious Shiozaki. Lastly, Tokoyami had earned an impressive victory against Class 1A's vice president, Yaoyorozu. He managed to impede her creation Quirk through quick attacks, not allowing her to focus long enough to form a strategy. Izuku felt a little bad for her, as she took the quick loss pretty hard. The battles began again with Kirishima and Ishido. Kirishima's hardening quirk came in handy against Ishido's acid, but in the end, allowing him to get close enough to her to push her out of the ring. Though Shiozaki was strong against Kaminari, she soon found herself outmatched by Dark Shadow, or as she called him, the shadowy demon, unable to withstand its speed and ferocity. With Izuku, Tokoyami and Kirishima advancing to the semifinals, that left only Todoroki and Ida. Izuku was particularly interested in this match. Though Todoroki was quick, Ida was much faster than, potentially allowing him the maneuverability to avoid his ice traps. Conversely, as displayed in his previous match, Todoroki was able to cover large areas with ice and great speed with little effort. The crowd roared as the two powerhouses readied themselves for battle. "Begin!" shouted Present Mike. Ida wasted no time. Obviously using his speed to his advantage, he decided the direct approach was too dangerous and opted to try and flank his opponent instead, running in a wide circle around him. Todoroki launched himself backwards away from Ida, using his quirk to leave a trail of ice in his wake. Ida managed to avoid it, but only just. If he had continued on his course, he would have slipped out of the ring. Todoroki would have to do better than that. When Todoroki jumped away, Izuku noticed something odd with his movement. Though it was still quick, he noticed that his movement appeared slightly sluggish and heavy when using his right side. When he had used the ice on Zero, his right side was nearly covered in frost and ice. Perhaps this is a side effect of only using half of his quirk, Izuku thought to himself. He doesn't have the heat to regulate his body temperature, slowing him down. That meant Ida had a huge advantage, and could potentially win if he could exploit this weakness. But Todoroki was no one's fool. He must have anticipated his disadvantage, because he stomped his foot hard onto the ground below. Ice formed quickly beneath his foot and spread across the entirety of the ring, stopping in a small circle around Ida. In an instant, he knew that his quirk was useless. If Ida tried to run, he would slip on the ice and fall out of bounds. Now it didn't matter if Todoroki was slower than him, he leveled the playing field. But this didn't mean that he wasn't giving up without a fight. With an eruption of his reciproburst, he launched himself into a spinning kick towards Todoroki, who ducked just in the nick of time. But Ida's speed proved to be too much, even for Todoroki, as he launched a second kick that landed heavily upon Todoroki's back. Ida had only seconds left of his reciproburst. Grabbing Todoroki by the back of his shirt, he launched forward towards the edge of the arena, ready to throw him out of bounds. He never made it. His speed reduced instantly, stopping Ida in his tracks. He looked in horror as ice formed around the muffler of his calf. Todoroki had used his own attack against him, and the ice continued to grow rapidly as Todoroki seized his chance, encasing Ida up to the neck in ice. "Ida is incapacitated," said Midnight. "Todoroki advances to the semi-finals." Izuku closed his notebook. It was an impressive fight, and he learned a lot. He was proud of Ida. He fought gallantly, but the odds were stacked against him, even with his speed. Izuku stood and made his way towards the preparation room. He was up next against Kirishima, and he had to get ready. The crowd roared as Izuku and Kirishima had stepped onto the ring. They both had become crowd favorites, and everyone was looking forward to their match. Kirishima looked ready to explode with excitement. This battle would determine who would be the first contestant to advance to the finals. "All right, Midoriya," he said, cracking his knuckles. "I've been so pumped for this rematch. No shadows to hide in this time." Izuku smiled, tightening his belt. The truth was, he had been looking forward to this too. He still felt a little bad dropping him down several stories during the training battle, and wanted to give a decent battle this time, one-on-one. "Begin!" Kirishima wasted no time. He immediately rushed Izuku, hardened fist at the ready. Izuku was ready for this, standing his ground. Kirishima was a brawler, tried and true, and his quirk allowed him to get in close to his enemy without fear of injury. "Kirishima is already off at full speed," said Present Mike. "But Midoriya doesn't look phased at all. This should be an interesting match." "Take this!" shouted Kirishima, throwing a punch. Izuku dodged effortlessly. Kirishima continued his barrage, undaunted, each blow being parried or dodged by Izuku. "Looks like Midoriya is playing it safe this round," said Present Mike. "Kirishima just isn't landing any blows. You have to admire Midoriya's dexterity." "You'll have to fight back eventually, Midoriya," said Kirishima. Izuku bounded over his head, avoiding a sweeping kick to his feet. While in midair, he placed an explosive disc on Kirishima's back, blasting him forward. "Nice try," said Kirishima, getting back up. "Your bombs can't get past my quirk." The battle continued this way for several minutes, Izuku dodging Kirishima's attacks and taking potshots at him with his explosives. "You know, Kirishima," said Izuku, "I've always admired your quirk." "Really?" said Kirishima. "Yeah. said Izuku, bounding over his head again. It's really cool. What hero agency wouldn't want an intern with a sturdy quirk like yours? Thanks, Midoriya, said Kirishima cheerfully, throwing a punch and narrowly missing Izuku's head. But the thing about quirks, said Izuku. As mighty as they are still rooted in biology, and are subject to the same strengths and weaknesses of our bodies. Which is exactly why you attacked first. You wanted to avoid a drawn-out battle with me. But I've been making sure your quirk stayed activated this whole time with my explosives. And now I think I've waited long enough. Izuku immediately went on the offensive, using his gauntlets to launch immense explosions at Kirishima. The sudden change in tactics caught Kirishima off guard, trying to protect himself from Izuku's onslaught. He cried out as he felt a sharp pain from his side, looking down to see a large crack in his hardening quirk. The attacks continued, and the arena around them filled with smoke. Eventually, the explosions died down and the smoke cleared out, revealing Izuku standing over a charred and smoking Kirishima. Kirishima is incapacitated! Shouted Midnight. Midoriya advances to the finals! Izuku knelt down next to his friend. Sorry about that, he said, helping him up. Might have went a little overboard. You okay? Kirishima grunted as he raised his shaking hand, placing it on Midoriya's shoulder. That was so cool, he said, smiling weakly. Hosa City, miles from the UA Sports Festival. A dark figure stood triumphantly over the bloodied, broken remains of a fallen hero. Ingenium, the turbo hero, as the world knew him, but the figure knew better. To him, the dying scum that lay at his feet deserved but one name. Fake. Fame. Money. That's what all who call themselves heroes are really after. But he knew better. Those bastards couldn't dare call themselves heroes. Except one. The only one who could stand against him. The only one who had the honor of killing him and ending his crusade. Almight. A true hero. Only Almight is worthy. Chapter 25, Izuku vs. Todoroki. I don't want to be the kind of guy he is. The small child sobbed heavily in his mother's arms, shaken to his core. His father had hurt him. He always hurt him when he didn't perform his training to his satisfaction. It didn't matter to him if his arms broke, his skin tore, or his ligaments burst. The alternative of perfect performance was usually far worse for the 6-year-old Shoto. Shoto wasn't allowed to play. He wasn't allowed to go near other children, not even his own siblings. His father said it was for his own good. He said it would make him stronger. He said he didn't have the luxury afforded to the others, and this would allow him to surpass them. He said it was his destiny and duty as his greatest masterpiece to be All Might, and to become number one. You live in a different world than the one I have planned for you. Shoto didn't want to be the number one hero. He didn't want to beat All Might. His father brought him pain and misery. His anger was as hot and fierce as the flames on his face, but his eyes beneath those flames were as cold as an Arctic wind. All Might was different. All Might made him feel safe. He made him feel hopeful. But the hope would always die, overcast by the dark shadow of his father and his ambition. Shoto sobbed harder. I don't want to be someone who bullies you and hurts people, Mama. His mother held him close, lovingly rubbing his back to calm him down. But Shoto, she said, you still want to be a hero, don't you? Just remember, stay true to yourself. It's the final round. The stadium roared as Todoroki took the stage for the final match of the tournament. His previous match with Tokoyami had been difficult. His dark shadow quirk was immensely powerful. But the more that he continued to use his eyes, the weaker the creature appeared to be. It wasn't long before Todoroki realized that the creature's weakness was light, and the reflection of the sun against his ice only exacerbated its weakness. In the end, Tokoyami was backed into a corner, and had surrendered. Todoroki clenched his fist as he watched Midoriya enter the ring across from him. This was the moment that he had been waiting for. The truth was he didn't hold any animosity towards Midoriya at all. He was often impressed at how resourceful and skilled he was, despite having no quirk, and his performance during hero training, the USJ incident, and the sports festival up to now was nothing short of incredible. As much as it pained him, it was necessary to pick a fight with him. His connection to All Might in truth mattered little to him. He was simply a means to an end. This was his chance to show that old bastard that he didn't need his quirk to be the best. He would reject him, and everything he stood for. Midoriya ignored the roaring crowd around him, tightening his gauntlets and utility belt. Todoroki would have to play this cautiously. He had underestimated him twice before, and each time it had cost him. He couldn't take that risk this time. He would keep him at a distance, as far away from his gauntlets and tools as possible. He had to make this count. It was his last shot. "These two heroes in training have both been the frontrunners since the beginning of the festival," shouted Present Mike. "Midoriya versus Todoroki. Who will advance to be this year's grand champion? The prodigious son of the number 2 hero, Todoroki? Or the mysterious upstart that no one saw coming, the protege of the Dark Knight himself, Midoriya?" Midoriya finished his preparation, finally making eye contact with Todoroki. What he saw puzzled him greatly. Midoriya was looking at him in a peculiar way, a way that Todoroki couldn't quite place. It wasn't a look of fear, anger, or determination. It was a look of pity. No, not pity. It was more than that. Sadness. It was sadness. Before the final match, Izuku made his way back to the preparation room. Todoroki's battle with Tokoemi had just ended, and they had some time to rest and prepare for the finals. Izuku had to be ready. He no longer had the luxury of his opponent's ignorance to use to his advantage. Todoroki would be ready for him, and his tricks wouldn't save him this time. He would have to fight him on his terms. Privately, Izuku was growing concerned about his gauntlets. He had used them more than he had wanted in the past few matches. They were still only prototypes, and he was worried about their integrity. He would have to use more glycerin than he was comfortable with to fend off Todoroki's attacks, and if they were compromised in the blasts, they could do some serious damage, both to himself and Todoroki. He had to be careful. Izuku was so lost in thought that as he walked along the hallway that he didn't even realize he had almost bumped into someone. Looking up from his gauntlets, he jumped back nearly a foot, startled by the figure in front of him. Endeavor. I've been looking for you," said Endeavor, pointing at him. Izuku cursed internally. What is it with this family and their obsession with me? He thought to himself. What can I do for you, sir? He asked aloud. I've been watching your fights against the other students, he said. I have to say, you have impressed me. That doesn't happen easily. You have made such short work of the other contestants, not to mention freeing yourself from the control of that brainwashing student. Your strength of will is astounding. Izuku was taken aback. Was he actually receiving compliments from Endeavor? All of this without a quirk, he continued. It is unfathomable. It is a shame that fate dealt you such a hand. If you had a quirk, you could truly become unstoppable. And there it was. If you'll excuse me, Izuku said, not bothering to hide the impatience from his voice. I have to get ready. My son tells me that you were trained by Batman, said Endeavor as Izuku began to walk away. I was not aware that he had taken another student. One would think that he would have let the ground settle before moving on to the next sidekick. Izuku froze. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Endeavor cocked his head in confusion. You did not know? He said. He did not tell you about him? Tell me what? Asked Izuku, alarmed. About who? About the last Robin Dash. I am here. As if out of nowhere, a large yellow blur came rushing down the hallway, flipping clear over Endeavor's head and landing next to Izuku. To say hello to Endeavor, finished Almight. Almight, Endeavor snarled. Izuku was startled by the intensity of Endeavor's glare. It's been a long time, Almight said. I haven't seen you since we had that press conference 10 years ago. I saw you talking with young Midoriya here and figured I would say hi. Did you now? Said Endeavor. Well then, if that's all you wanted to do, then we're done. I wasn't through talking with Midoriya. Come on, why the cold shoulder? Laughed Almight. Endeavor's scowl deepened. After all, continued Almight, you should be thrilled. After all, your son has made it to the finals, just using half his power. You must be a great teacher. Are you implying something? Snapped Endeavor. No, said All Might. I want to know your secrets. How do we train the next generation of heroes? Endeavor snorted. Do you really think I would tell you anything I've taught the boy? He said. You're all flash and no brains as usual. Let me assure you of one thing, All Might. That kid of mine will beat you someday. I'll make sure of it. That's why I made him. All Might's smile faded slightly. You did what? He's in a rebellious phase right now, Endeavor continued. But he will take your place. I'll make sure of it. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass you as the #1 hero. He turned his gaze back to Izuku. This fight against you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left. If he can't beat us some vigilante's quirkless whelp, then he has longer to go than I feared. Make sure you hit him hard. Use every toy and gadget you have at your disposal. Don't disgrace him or yourself by holding back. Now wait just a minute dash. All Might began angrily, but Izuku stepped in. That's enough, Izuku said. I'm sick of this bullshit. Both Endeavor and All Might were taken aback by Izuku's sudden candor. He looked Endeavor right in the eye. I don't know what kind of sick fantasy you have playing in your mind, but if you ask me for the work you've done, all you've managed to do is raise a son that hates your guts. Now you've dragged me into this family squabble based on imagined connection you've made between me and him. He gestured to the stunned All Might next to him. Well, I'm gonna lay it out for you, there isn't 1. I am not the next All Might, and your son isn't going to be the next Endeavor. Even if he beats me today, even if he beats All Might someday, it will be in spite of you. Not because of you. Why, you insolent! Endeavor said furiously. All Might quickly stepped between them. I think you should take a walk, friend, said All Might warningly to Endeavor. Go see your son before the match. Endeavor hesitated, his eyes darting back and forth between All Might and Izuku. Finally, he turned on his heel and walked away. All Might turned back to Izuku. Wait to stand up to him, young Midoriya, he said, placing a giant hand on his shoulder. Izuku shook it off, shot a glaring look at All Might, and then walked away. All Might sighed, scratching the back of his head in thought. So Bruce hasn't told him about Jason yet, he said. This could be bad. Let the final match, said President Mike, begin. Todoroki immediately sent an enormous pillar of ice towards Izuku. The ice towered over Izuku at least 15 feet, and approached with an intense speed. Todoroki wasn't taking any chances, he wasn't playing it safe. He wanted to see how far Izuku would go to beat him, and how much it would take him to beat Izuku. Izuku fired off a blast from his gauntlets, shattering the ice barrage and sending an intense cold wind throughout the audience. The recoil from the blast sent ripples of intense pain through his arms. He had no way of knowing just how strong Todoroki's ice attack was going to be, so using this much power in his gauntlets was necessary, but he didn't know how much his hands could take. Whoa! Shouted President Mike. Midoriya countered his ice attack with a gauntlet blast. Another ice barrage came at Izuku, faster than before. He shot another blast from his gauntlets, shattering the ice again. He felt an intense pain in his fingers that made him wince and recoil. His thumb and index finger were broken. There was no way Todoroki didn't notice. Now he knew the amount of force to use against him. If his ice attacks didn't stop him, then all he had to do was wait Izuku out until he was too injured to continue. He was smart. Very smart. Izuku couldn't collect much data from Todoroki's fighting style. He rarely got in close, and his ice attacks were so fast he could barely discern them. He obviously anticipated Izuku's penchant for explosives, as he braced himself by throwing up a wall of ice behind him. This would prevent him from being thrown out of bounds. He'd have to change tactics. Let's continue, said Todoroki, sending a third ice barrage his way. Izuku was prepared this time, running towards the ice. At the last possible moment, he used his gauntlets to launch himself into the air above the ice, and towards his opponent. A look of surprise briefly broke across Todoroki's face as he barely dodged Izuku's incoming attack. You're trying to get in close, said Todoroki. But I won't let you. He launched more ice towards Izuku as he landed from his attack. Izuku jumped too late, and his foot was encased in his ice. No, 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 thought Izuku. Ice continued to grow around him as Todoroki tried to entrap him. There was nothing for it. Izuku had to go for broke. Putting his gauntlets at full power, he slammed them into the ice below him, sending an immense explosion toward Todoroki, shattering the ice and covering his adversary in smoke and soot. Izuku cried out in pain from the blast. His shoulder was dislocated, his clothes were seared and torn, and the skin on his arm he used from the gauntlet blast was blackened and burned. His muscle fibers were visible beneath the torn flesh from the burns, and blood gushed from an open gash on his forehead mixed with the sweat, tears, and smoke in his eyes, making it difficult to see. He looked down at his hands. The gauntlet on his injured arm was destroyed. His other was still intact, but sparking and leaking fluid. With his gauntlets nearly out of commission, he had to be extra careful now. That was much stronger than before, Izuku heard Todoroki say as the smoke cleared. Izuku was shocked. He had anticipated Izuku's counter-attack and had surrounded himself in thick ice pillars, protecting him from being thrown out of bounds. He was different from the last time they fought one-on-one. During the hero training, Izuku was able to get the drop on him easily. His quirk had afforded him an advantage that no one else had, and was able to beat people just through sheer overwhelming force alone. But now that he no longer underestimated him, he was calling upon every skill and ability he could muster, not just his quirk, but his judgment, mobility, reasoning. All of his abilities were plain incredible, and combined together made him dangerously powerful. But it was when Todoroki pulled himself out of his ice protection is when Izuku finally noticed. His right side was covered in frost and ice, just like in his previous matches. Without his left side to regulate his body temperature, any more big ice attacks will add to the frost and slow his body down. The exact reason why he wanted to avoid a drawn-out match. There was Izuku's window. "I'm sorry about this," said Todoroki, looking into the stands. "But thanks for drawing it out. Look at him." He gestured towards the fuming Endeavor, watching angrily from the stands. "He's furious I'm not using his power." He looked back at Izuku. "You don't look like you can fight anymore. Why don't we end this?" Without even moving, he sent another pillar of ice towards the injured Izuku. "Whoa!" shouted Present Mike. "Todoroki continues his overwhelming attack. Could this be his finishing move?" Izuku suddenly lifted his dislocated shoulder upwards sharply, shrieking in pain as it popped back into place. He reached into his utility belt and pulled out a canister of explosive gel. "I'm not done yet!" he shouted. The ice had nearly reached Izuku when an immense explosion, greater than the ones before, completely shattered the ice and sent Todoroki flying towards the edge of the ring, stopping himself from falling out just in time. He stared in stunned silence when the smoke cleared, seeing the empty explosive gel canister and Izuku's injured arm outstretched. Only bits and pieces of his broken gauntlet were left on his blackened hand. His fingers were mangled and his arms stuck out at an odd angle. The sight sickened Todoroki. Midoriya had sprayed the explosive gel on his injured hand to punch the ice in an effort to both stop the attack and spare his uninjured arm. "You're too hurt to fight, Midoriya," said Todoroki. "Why are you going this far?" "You're trembling, Todoroki." Todoroki was taken aback. Izuku wasn't looking at him, instead hanging his head and concealing his eyes. When he spoke he sounded odd, speaking in a quiet but deeply disturbing growl. "Are you feeling cold?" Izuku continued. "It's easy to forget that quirks are first and foremost physical abilities. You're fast approaching your limit. If you used your left side, this wouldn't be a problem. But you won't. And that pisses me off." Finally his eyes met Todoroki, who stepped back in disturbed surprise. Midoriya looked as if he had been pushed over the edge, a look of mania, pain, and anger. "I've been quirkless my entire life," Izuku continued. "I've had to claw my way up with my fingernails to get here. I've trained until my bones broke, studied until my eyes bled, and worked past the point of exhaustion. And then there's you, gifted with an amazing ability far beyond the dreams of even the average pro. I can't understand what you've gone through in your life, but the very fact you would limit yourself out of some piss-poor sense of rebellion against your douchebag of a father while the rest of us desperately give it everything we have just to be here. Izuku walked closer, wrenching his crooked arm and fingers back into place, making Todoroki wince at the sickening cracking and crunching they made as he did. You spit on everything that I have worked for. Look at me, Todoroki. You haven't managed to get a single scratch on me yet. And if you can't beat a quirkless weakling like me, then you don't deserve to be a hero. Izuku broke into a full sprint towards his opponent. Stop screwing around and fight me with everything you've got. In the VIP box, Bruce watched the match unfold, his face passive as usual to the untrained eye. But he gripped the arms of his chair so tightly that his knuckles and fingers had lost their color. Izuku was pushing himself too far. He had abandoned his cautious approach before and was now out for blood. My God! Said the woman in the wheelchair in amazement. He relocated his shoulder and set his broken bones by himself in the middle of the match. That's frightening, said the long-haired man. But so badass. They need to stop this match before he kills himself, said Alfred, worried. No, said Bruce. All three of them looked at him in surprise. This is something he needs to do for himself. You can't be serious, Master Bruce, said Alfred incredulously. Just look at the state of him. He could have permanent damage. Bruce didn't answer, continuing to watch the fight. Of course he was concerned for Izuku, but he knew the boy would never forgive him if he stopped the fight. But it was more than that. Bruce could see that Izuku wasn't just trying to beat Todoroki anymore. He was trying to draw him out, get him to use his full power. He was trying to get him at his full power. He looked over towards Endeavor, who scowled angrily at the match below. Todoroki had refused to use his fire quirk in the tournament, his father's quirk. There had to be a reason for it. A reason that Izuku seemed to know, and was now exploiting in an attempt to draw out Todoroki's full power. He's not trying to beat him anymore, thought Bruce. He's trying to help him. Bruce couldn't help but feel proud. It was easy to beat your opponent. But helping them fight their demons, helping them get better, was the mark of a true hero. What are you trying to do here, Midoriya? Said Todoroki angrily. You want my fire? Did that bastard bribe you or something? Now I'm mad. As Midoriya reached the middle of the arena in his sprint, Todoroki began to run towards him as well, but his movements were slower and sluggish. He had used too much ice. Midoriya didn't break his sprint as Todoroki ran towards him. He was going to face him head-on, and Midoriya was too injured to. But as soon as they reached each other, Midoriya found his opening and landed a powerful blow to Todoroki's abdomen, causing the remaining gauntlet to explode and send him flying backwards. Izuku cried out, the explosion causing intense pain through his broken index finger and thumb. Todoroki had managed to touch him on his injured arm, and ice spread quickly on it before letting go from Izuku's punch. Todoroki staggered to his feet, coughing from the force of the blow. Why? He thought angrily. Why is he doing this? Aizawa watched the match unfold below him as President Mike rambled on with his commentary. He was deep in thought as he watched Midoriya struggle throughout the fight. Midoriya was pushing himself past his breaking point. He was full of adrenaline, and probably didn't realize how much pain he was in. To go through so much damage and still put up a fight takes an absurd amount of resolve. He looked over towards Wayne in the VIP box. What's driving him? He thought to himself. Why is he so intent? Izuku and Todoroki continued their brawl. Izuku's remaining gauntlet was finally destroyed, and the rest of his fingers were broken from the trauma. He continued to launch himself towards Todoroki, using his remaining explosives to destroy his ice attacks. He was running low, and his fingers made them difficult to grasp and hold. Todoroki continued desperately to ward off Izuku's attacks. Why? He shouted. Why are you putting yourself through this? Izuku lunged at Todoroki, launching into a flying kick that connected squarely on Todoroki's chest, sending him backwards. Izuku hit the ground hard, unable to stop himself. Both of them struggled to get to their feet. I want to. Become what? He isn't, said Izuku, panting heavily. The man who told me I could never be a hero, that my dreams were unrealistic. I want to show everyone who tried to decide what's best for me they were wrong. I want to show everyone that you can be a hero, no matter what your circumstances are. I want to stay true to myself. I want to be a pro. Todoroki's eyes widened. An image of his mother flashed through his mind. Shoto. A hard kick connected across Todoroki's face, sending him careening sideways. And that's why I'll give it my all, continued Izuku. Just like you should be. Stay true to yourself. Become the hero you want to be, not what he wants you to be. Todoroki stumbled to his feet, blood seeping down face from Izuku's blow. Shut up, he said. Frost continued to build across his right side. Shut up! Shoto, you still want to be a hero, don't you? That's why I'm going to win this, shouted Izuku, landing another blow. If you can't accept yourself and who you are, then you'll get left behind. I'll surpass you. Todoroki felt like his mind was going to crack in two. He could hear the voices he had long since forgotten, relived memories he had buried deep inside himself. Get up. If you get beaten that easily, you can forget about beating All Might, or even a small-time villain. A gruff, angry voice. Stop pushing him, he's only 5 years old. A kind, gentle voice. He can take it. Get out of the way. Pain. I can't raise him anymore. I want to run away. The burning pain. Moronic woman. To hurt you at such an important time. Where did Mama go? She tried to hurt my masterpiece, so I sent her to a hospital to keep you safe. It's your fault. To keep you safe. You're the reason she hurt me. My masterpiece. I will reject you. I refuse, said Todoroki. His body ached. He was shivering, barely able to stand for the cold and the pain. I refuse to use my left side. I won't give him the satisfaction dash. Buck what he wants, shouted Izuku. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. That's right. Children often do inherit quirks from their parents, or develop similar power sets. A different voice. A stronger voice. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it, regardless of your history. He knew that voice. You decide how you'll use it. Only you can decide to become a hero, no one else. All Might? Just remember, stay true to yourself. The gentle voice again. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. It's okay to use your power. Mom. Become who you want to be. The audience gasped in horror and amazement as the spot where Todoroki stood in the ring erupted in a blaze of orange and red. A wave of heat and light pulsated throughout the stadium. Whoa! Shouted President Mike over the speakers. Todoroki is using his fire! Fire pulsated from Todoroki's left side, while ice continued to grow from his right, with steam and smoke billowing around him like an angry storm. You fool! Todoroki said. Even though you said you wanted to win this, you decided to help me. Now who's screwing around? He dropped down into a fighting stance. I want to do it, Todoroki continued. I'm going to be a hero. For the first time since Izuku had met him, Todoroki smiled. A smile of more than euphoria or happiness, but of sheer, intense passion. He had found his passion. Izuku couldn't help but smile back, dropping down into a fighting stance himself. It's about damn time, he said. Yes, Shoto! A deep booming voice broke the cheers of the audience. Endeavor was cheering, the flames across his shoulders and chest blazing as he walked down the stairs of the audience towards the ring. Have you accepted your purpose? He said. That's it. Very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you will surpass me. You will live up to the reason I created you. The audience around him were staring in blatant confusion at Endeavor's sudden outburst, which contrasted completely with the silent, brooding character they had come to know as the number 2 hero. Endeavor suddenly shouts words of encouragement, said President Mike, bemused. What a doting father. But the world around them fell on deaf ears for Todoroki and Izuku. Why are you smiling? Asked Todoroki. With those injuries, the situation is hopeless. You must be crazy. All the best heroes are, said Izuku, laughing. Just don't blame me for what happens next, said Todoroki. The two ran at full speed at each other. Todoroki's ice and flames grew, and Izuku reached into his belt and pulled out every last explosive he had. Cementos began to throw up barriers between them, and Midnight released her knockout pheromones, trying to stop the match, but it was too late. Todoroki threw the largest barrage of ice and fire that Izuku had ever seen, and Izuku used his grapple gun to launch himself at Todoroki at full speed. That's it, Todoroki! Shouted Izuku. Give me everything you've got! Todoroki absently felt a small sense of relief well up inside him. I see now, Midoriya, he thought. I see what you wanted to do. Thank you. The explosion completely shook the foundations of the stadium. Midnight and Cementos were blown away. Debris and wreckage flew in every direction as people ducked in cover. Not even the VIP box was safe from the shockwave. Good Lord, Izuku! Alfred shouted, shielding himself from the blast with his arm. Bruce couldn't take his eyes off the ring, though it was completely obstructed by smoke and debris. Fear began to creep into his heart as he searched desperately for Izuku. Finally, the smoke and steam began to dissipate in the wind. People craned their necks in all directions trying to see the victor, or to see if anyone was even still alive. There he is! Shouted the long-haired man. Slumped against the wall of the stadium was Izuku, unconscious in a crumpled heap. There was a wave of concerned voices and screams of fear at the sight of him. Midoriya is out of bounds, said Midnight, shaken. Todoroki is this year's sports festival champion. The crowd around them erupted in cheers. Todoroki simply stood there, staring at the broken image of his classmate, when a man in a black suit jumped from the bleacher wall separating the audience and into the stadium, landing next to Izuku. He stooped down, scooping him up into his arms, and ran off down the hallway leading to the preparation rooms. Todoroki left the destroyed ring as Cementos and the clean-up bots went to work. Still shocked by the outcome of the match, Todoroki barely noticed the person waiting for him at the end of the hallway. What's the matter? Said Endeavor smugly. Not going to tell me to get lost? Todoroki ignored him. You need to learn to control your left side, Endeavor continued. It's dangerous to release so much energy like that. But I'm glad you're finally seeing reason. Now that you're through with your childish rebellion, we can get back to what's important. He stuck his hand out for Todoroki to shake. Once you graduate, you'll work by my side. I'll lead you down the path of the mighty Shoto. I haven't abandoned anything. Endeavor cocked his head, confused. What do you mean? Todoroki was looking at his left hand, almost in curiosity. You're a fool to think my feelings can be so easily reversed. Instead, out there, for that one moment I forgot all about you. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know. Maybe I don't need you. With that, Todoroki walked past his stunned father and back to the preparation room. Chapter 26, Fight On. The sky was dark with clouds and rain, pouring down on the solemn procession below. People dressed from head to toe in black, gathering around to pay respects to the slim tombstone, representing all that was left on this earth of Katsuki Bakugo. The parents of the young Bakugo stood silently by the grave, thanking those who came to pray for their son's spirit, for fortune in his next life, and that he may finally find rest. Izuku had strongly considered not going to the funeral of his friend. It was his fault that the villain who killed him had escaped. News about Izuku or All Might's involvement in the attack had not reached the media. He had assumed that since no one had seen All Might rescue him from the villain, that he simply had escaped the hero's pursuit before managing to get himself cornered by the other heroes. He figured that since Izuku knew about his secret, he wanted to keep him away from the press at all costs. It continuously played in his head, as if on a loop. He had caused the villain to get away from All Might. If he hadn't had grabbed onto him as he jumped away, the creature would have been in police custody already. How was he supposed to live with this? With himself? Izuku. Izuku was brought back to the present by Bakugo's mother. He had reached the front of the viewing line without even realizing it. Mrs. Bakugo, said Izuku. Thank you for coming, Izuku, said Mrs. Bakugo. I know that you and he weren't exactly friends in the end. He was always picking on you. But I had hoped one day he would. That you two could be friends again. She finished, choking up. Bakugo's mother was a strong woman. Although she tried not to show it, Izuku could see the heartbreak in her eyes. It made his stomach twist even more. He hung his head to avoid her gaze. I'm sorry, he said, his voice cracking. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, she said. Izuku could feel his stomach retching inside of him. He didn't know how much more of this he could take. I swear to you, said Izuku finally, I'm going to become a hero. And when I do, I will find the monster who did this. Oh, Izuku. He felt a hand placed on his shoulder. He looked up, but jumped back in startled surprise. Mrs. Bakugo was gone. Instead, she was replaced by the sickly, withered form of Almight. Some villains can't be beaten without a quirk, young man, he said, his voice garbled and distorted. He opened his wide gaping mouth, and a foul, green substance began to spew from his maw. It quickly wrapped itself around Izuku, covering his mouth to prevent him from screaming. Don't worry, kid, said the distorted voice. The voice of the sludge villain. You can still be my hero. His wicked laughter rang out throughout his mind. He felt as if it would crack in two. He struggled to break free, but it was useless. He was suffocating. Please, he tried to cry out. Someone help me. The sludge drifted away, and he found himself staring at his reflection. But it was different than what he was used to. He was wearing a red suit, a golden cape, and a black domino mask. He heard a cry in the distance. Izuku! A crater opened beneath him. He began to fall. He reached for his utility belt, but nothing was there. The cries continued to ring out. Izuku! Still he fell, his voice caught in his throat, preventing his screams. Falling deeper and deeper into the darkness. Izuku! Izuku gasped, awaking from his dream with a start. He lay in the hospital bed in Recovery Girl's trauma center. His arms, legs and hands were wrapped up and bandaged heavily. He was shivering, not from cold, but from the pain of his injuries. He struggled to sit up, but something was holding him down. He turned to see Bruce gently holding him back, keeping him from moving further. Both Bruce and Alfred were standing beside Izuku. Thank God, said Alfred. You had us worried, young man. How long was I out? Asked Izuku groggily. At least 30 minutes, said Recovery Girl, standing at the edge of his bed. The bones in your right arm were shattered, she said solemnly, as were the fingers in both your hands. Your arms, face, and torso have suffered severe third-degree burns, and you have destroyed roughly 20% of your outer epidermal layer from the explosions. Your body will never be the same as it was before. Where do you want to start? Asked Alfred, rolling up his sleeves. The most important thing right now is to remove the broken bone fragments in his limbs, or they will get stuck in his joints, replied Recovery Girl. After that, we'll focus on healing. She sighed deeply and turned to Bruce. You lit a fire under this child and pushed him too hard, Bruce, she said. Look at what he's done to make you proud. I don't like it one bit. And you, she added back to Alfred. Why haven't you done anything about that? Among their vast arsenal, either of them managed to carry with them the ability to listen to reason, replied Alfred. You and the boy are going too far, continued Recovery Girl. Don't you praise him for what he's done today, Bruce? Bruce didn't respond. They were interrupted by a large bang as the door behind them opened, with Uraraka, Ida, Mineta, and Tsuyu piling into the room with a loud, Midoriya! Are you okay? Said Uraraka worriedly. She paused in surprise seeing Alfred and Bruce. Oh! Hello again, Miss Uraraka, said Alfred pleasantly. Hello, Alfred, she said, bowing. And it's nice to meet you, sir, she added, bowing to Bruce as well. He nodded but said nothing. He's in no state for visitors, said Recovery Girl. Hey guys. Everyone turned back to face Izuku. Shouldn't you be attending the award ceremony? He said weakly. The stage was far too damaged, said Ida. They're taking a break to repair it before the ceremony. That match was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life, Midoriya, said Mineta. What hero agency would want someone who hurts themselves like that? I think you're rubbing salt in the wounds, said Tsuyu. You're much too noisy, said Recovery Girl, herding them out of the room. I know you're worried, but we have to prepare for surgery. Surgery? They all shouted in unison again. They all continued to ask questions about Izuku's condition as Recovery Girl rushed them out the door. Izuku heard one final sad ribbit from Tsuyu before the door closed to silence. Alfred and Recovery Girl went into the back room to scrub up, leaving Bruce and Izuku alone. I'm sorry, said Izuku, breaking the long silence between them. For what? Asked Bruce. I thought I could do it, said Izuku, tears welling in his eyes. If I had shut up, not said anything. You saw your classmates suffering and you acted in a way you thought best would help him, said Bruce. And in doing so, you lost the tournament, but you succeeded where it truly counts. Izuku turned away. Almight was right, he said sadly. Some people can't be beaten without a quirk. You still believe that? Asked Bruce. After all this time? I don't know, said Izuku. Before Bruce could reply, Recovery Girl and Alfred returned and shooed him out the door so they could perform Izuku's surgery. Uraraka, Ida, Mineta and Tsuyu were walking back to the stadium. They had finished the repairs to the stadium from Izuku and Todoroki's match, and they would be starting a award ceremony soon. Uraraka was withdrawn and distant, not speaking the entire way. She had never been so worried about Izuku as she was now. He had hurt himself so much during the battle to keep up with Todoroki. She had seen him do so many amazing things, but this was the first time she had seen him lose, and get hurt so badly in the process. Tsuyu seemed to notice Uraraka's demeanor. Are you still worried about Midoriya? She asked. Uraraka nodded. She said she had to perform surgery. The very thought of what that meant filled her with dread. What if the damage was permanent, and they had to send him home? Recovery Girl is the best, said Mineta. You've got nothing to worry about. That's right, said Ida. I'm sure she will take great care of him. He will dash. Ida paused, reaching into his pocket. It was his phone. His mother was calling him. Please excuse me, he said, walking away. Hello, Mom, said Ida. I hate to tell you this, but I lost my match. No, son, I'm not calling about that, said his mother. She sounded almost frantic. I mean, I'm sorry, but Tenya, please listen carefully. What's wrong? Said Ida, alarmed. It's your brother, his mother replied, her voice breaking. A villain got Tensei. Ida let the phone drop from his ear. He vaguely heard his mother calling his name from the earpiece. His world was crumbling. His brother was one of the top heroes in the profession. To him, he could do no wrong. Sure, he knew he was human, but he always thought of Tensei as unbeatable. To think that he could be hurt, or worse, was unfathomable to Ida. Who could have done this to him? Standing high upon the rooftops, glaring down upon the scene below him with an eerie smile, the hero killer Stain licked the turbo hero's blood from his chipped blade. He wasn't sure if the hero was dead or not. He didn't have the time to check before he heard the police sirens draw closer. It didn't matter. His wounds were grievous, and Stain's blows struck true. If he survived the night, there was a high chance that the hero would no longer be able to walk, much less use his quirk. You haven't even noticed it, have you? He growled, watching as the emergency technicians worked to stabilize their patient. This warped society mired by hypocrisy and vanity. That's fine, I'll open your eyes, heroes. You will see the world that you have created. Suddenly, Stain thrust his sword behind him. Someone was trying to sneak up on him. It would be their last act on this earth. But the tip of his sword did not bury itself in flesh, but in a strange purple and black smoke. Please remain calm, said the smoke, two jagged yellow eyes staring down at him. We are of the same mind. I have been searching for you, hero killer Stain. I heard of your exploits and wanted to meet you in person. I think you'll be interested in what I have to offer. Bruce Wayne stood in the hallway outside the medical center. Alfred and Recovery Girl were still performing Midoriya's surgery. He couldn't help but feel a slight sense of nostalgia considering how many times he was patched up by Alfred and Dr. Leslie Tompkins. Every time they would lecture him about pushing himself beyond his limits, and each time he would return in worse shape than before. His back was broken by Bane, his mind nearly damaged beyond repair by Hush, overexposure to Joker venom or fear gas. He had been through a lot. But no matter how hurt he was, no matter how long it took him to recover, it never stopped him. A true hero never stopped. And he knew Midoriya would never stop either. "Bruce!" came a voice from down the hall. He turned to see the thin form of All Might running towards him. A coughing fit overtook him, and Bruce handed him a handkerchief while he waited for him to regain composure. "Thank you," said All Might. "How is he?" "He'll live," said Bruce. "Alfred and Recovery Girl are working on him now." "That's good," All Might replied. A small, awkward silence stretched between them. "I'm sorry," said All Might quietly. "Pardon?" "I'm sorry," All Might repeated, exasperated. "I said it okay? I'm sorry. You obviously saw something in Midoriya that I didn't. Your instincts were right. You were right. Okay? I usually am," said Bruce. "But that's not what's bothering you." All Might sighed deeply, leaning against the wall next to Bruce. "Ever since All For One, ever since my injury, I've been losing sight of things. Important things that I never should have forgotten," he said. "I feel like I've forgotten what it truly means to be a hero. On top of that, the fight with Nomu and the League of Villains has reduced my time to only about an hour. The symbol of peace, the man who keeps society together, is literally on borrowed time. And now, I don't know what to do." "About One for All?" said Bruce. All Might nodded, but said nothing. He pulled a silver medallion from his pocket. "The closing ceremonies are over," said All Might. "I wanted to bring this to him myself. I never would have thought that he could have made it this far." His voice was strange. It was a mix between pride and regret. "You already know who the right choice is, Tashinori," said Bruce. "He hates me, Bruce," said All Might. "He won't accept." "Maybe not. But he's had other people telling him what he can and can't do, or shouldn't accept his entire life," said Bruce. "Why don't you let him make that choice for himself?" All Might didn't answer right away. He continued to stare at the medallion, remember a time from his youth. It felt like an eternity ago, when Nana Shimura took a chance on him, another quirkless weakling, and helped to shape him into the hero he is today. The same situation from all those years ago crossed his path, and he let it fumble through his fingers. He lost sight of what's important. He wondered if she could see him now, if she would be proud, or ashamed. "Why are you helping me, Bruce?" asked All Might. "We aren't exactly friends." "We're not exactly enemies either, Tashinori," said Bruce, turning to walk away. "Before you go, I have to tell you something," said All Might, remembering suddenly. "Endeavor let it slip about Jason to Midoriya before the match. I tried to stop him, but I don't know how much he said before I got there. I'm sorry, Bruce." Bruce stopped, pondering All Might's words. After a minute or so, he sighed deeply. "Learning about Jason's fate was inevitable," he said. "But it does complicate things." Izuku lay in bed as Alfred and Recovery Girl finished their healing. After the surgery, the healing process took no time at all, thanks to their quirks, but it left Izuku feeling drained and exhausted. His arm and fingers were no longer burned or broken, but had left several scars. His hand was also gnarled and crooked from the damage of the battle. Recovery Girl said that would be a reminder to him to keep him from overdoing it in the future. Alfred stayed by his side after Recovery Girl left to attend to other matters. A long silence stretched between them before Alfred cleared his throat. "Penny for your thoughts, Master Midoriya?" he asked. Izuku didn't answer, looking away. Alfred sighed. "You mustn't be so hard on yourself, Izuku," he said. "You did so well, you should be proud." "I failed, Alfred," said Izuku. And it's my own damn fault I did. I know I could have beaten him, but I had to get involved. You were already involved, said Alfred. And intervening where it is not necessarily your place to is part of what being a hero is about. You did what you thought was necessary. Master Bruce even feels so. I tried so hard, Alfred, said Izuku. I couldn't stop the League of Villains, I couldn't beat the Nomu, and I couldn't beat Todoroki. How can I possibly live up to the Batman legacy? Master Midoriya, everyone suffers defeat, said Alfred. No one is exempt from this. Not even the Batman. Izuku didn't reply, and silence stretched between them again for 10 minutes before there was a knock at the door. Come in, said Alfred before Izuku could object. Izuku groaned as he saw the tall, thin image of All Might enter the room from the corner of his eye. Hello? All Might said, shuffling in awkwardly. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, Master Yagi, said Alfred pleasantly. I should really check on Master Bruce. Perhaps you two can catch up a bit. He abruptly stood and left the room, leaving the two of them alone. Young Midoriya, said All Might. How are you feeling? Izuku didn't answer. He had nothing to say to him. All Might cleared his throat and pulled a silver medallion from his pocket. The award ceremony is over, and I wanted to bring you this, he said, offering it to Izuku. I don't want it, said Izuku flatly. All Might hesitated slightly. You did very well out there, he said. It's something to be proud of, really, how far you made it, considering dash. All Might stopped himself, but it was too late. Izuku finally turned to him, an intense glare meeting his eyes. Considering I don't have a quirk? He snarled. That's not what I dash. All Might began hastily. So you came here to gloat, is that it? Izuku continued. Came to tell me you were right all along? Some villains just can't be beaten without a quirk, right? I didn't dash. Don't you get it? Shouted Izuku. I don't want anything to do with you. No matter how clear I make that, you still keep coming back. Do you find it funny? God, no, said All Might. Are you still trying to get me to quit? Izuku continued, sitting up, even though it pained him to do so. To give up on my unrealistic dreams? Young Midoriya, please, All Might said, trying to calm him down. I'm just trying to help. I don't want your help, Izuku screamed, tears streaming down his eyes. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. I can be a hero on my own. Get out. Get out. All Might obliged, putting his medal on Izuku's bed and exiting the room. He could still hear Izuku's yells as he left the room. His heart was pounding. He supposed he should have expected this kind of reaction, but it still pained him. It was his fault, the damage done, the reason he was pushing himself so hard, everything because of what he said to him. He had been fighting it for months now, but he could no longer deny what was right in front of him. Midoriya was worthy. More worthy than he could have ever imagined, and he screwed up his chance to pass on his legacy. He had to make this right. Somehow. Chapter 27, Ultimate Failure. Bruce Wayne sat at his desk in his large, spacious office of Wayne Tower, back in Gotham City. He had just returned to Japan, the sports festival having ended 3 days ago. The students at UA were given a week off to recuperate from the sports festival. Bruce hadn't heard from Izuku since his surgery. All attempts to contact Izuku were ignored. The boy was avoiding him. After the festival, Bruce had to return to Gotham for his work, but Alfred had requested to remain behind to watch over Izuku and his recovery. He had taken his loss to the young Todoroki very hard, and it was taking its toll on him. He spent most of his time in the warehouse, training to near exhaustion. His mother had said that he was sneaking out at night, sometimes not returning home until almost morning. She was worried. Alfred was worried. Bruce was worried. Midoriya was at war, both internally and externally. He had followed his instincts during the match and goaded his opponent into using his full power, in the end costing him the match. This reality clashed constantly with another, kinder reality, that he had tried to help his friend in need, at his own expense. But both were overshadowed by the harshest reality of all. Even at his best, he couldn't beat Todoroki at full strength. Not without a quirk. Bruce knew that despite his rapid progression, Midoriya would eventually hit a wall. But the boy was resilient and strong, and had accomplished so much, he didn't expect him to take it so hard. Bruce's thought was interrupted as his watch began to beep. He was receiving a call from Alfred. "Sorry to disturb you, sir," said Alfred after picking up. "But I need you back here urgently. It's about Master Midoriya." "What happened?" asked Bruce, alarmed. "He had come for another one of his training sessions at the warehouse, but slipped away when my back was turned," said Alfred. "He's free to come and go as he pleases, Alfred," said Bruce. "Yes, sir, but there's more to it than that," said Alfred, a slight nervous look breaking across his usually placid face. "He has taken one of the cars." "What?" said Bruce. What was the boy thinking? He wasn't old enough to drive. If he got caught, the fallout could cost him his spot at UA. Worse yet, he or someone else could get hurt. "I'll have the watchtower send me there." "What car is it?" Alfred's voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "The car, sir." The realization of his words passed over Bruce like a cold shadow. "Shit. We've been at this for an hour," said Izuku. "My patience is running out." He stood in the middle of a small office, overlooking what used to be a factory used by the cartel to ship drugs. Tables and workstations were tipped over, both cartel guards and workers beaten senseless. All the heavy machinery was broken, sparking and smoldering from the explosive blasts used by the intruder. Izuku had walked through them all, one by one, making his way to the drug lord's office. He was there for answers, and he was going to get them, one way or another. "You're dead, you hear me?" shouted the drug lord. "You think you can just come in here and smash up the place? Don't you know who dash?" His words replaced with a loud scream as Izuku used his explosive gauntlets on his exposed arm, which began to blister and bleed. "Those are third-degree burns," said Midoriya, his voice deep and distorted from the mask he wore. "Any more damage sustained and you'll be needing skin grafts." He leaned in closer as the drug lord stopped screaming. "I'll ask you again, where is the sludge villain?" "I don't know," shouted the drug lord. "I never ran with the guy." "Liar!" shouted Izuku, blasting his arm again. The shrieks rang throughout the warehouse. "He was here 6 months ago as your enforcer. You know where he is, and you're going to tell me, or I'm going to work on the other arm." "Stop!" shouted the drug lord. "We fell out after he stole from me. He took over 3 million yen's worth of dope and took off. I haven't seen him since." "Not good enough!" shouted Midoriya, lifting his hand and blasting the wall behind him. "Where is he?" But the drug lord didn't answer. He stared behind Izuku, a look of sheer terror on his face. Izuku saw a large shadow drape over them, a heavy hand placed on his shoulder. He dropped the drug lord and kicked him hard in the face, knocking him out. "What are you doing here?" said Izuku without turning. "Joyriding is a crime," said Batman unamused. "What were you thinking? The Batmobile is not a toy." "I'm doing hero work," said Izuku, finally looking his mentor in the face. "You don't have a license for hero work," said Batman. "Neither do you. Or to drive for that matter," Batman retorted. "Your anger is out of control." "You said my anger is what made me strong," said Izuku. "Not like this," shouted Batman, gesturing to the destruction around them. "You're lashing out like a wounded animal." "Spare me, Batman," said Izuku. "I've seen you in action. This is no worse than what you've done." "You're not me," said Batman. "And I'm not training you so you can become like me either." "Then why are you training me, then?" shouted Izuku angrily. "It's been over a year. I completed the training, I got into UA, I did what I set out to do, but Kaken's killer is still out there. Even if we knew where he was, you're not ready to face him," said Batman flatly. "How can you say that?" said Izuku incredulously. "Everything I've done, everything I've worked for, is for the sole purpose of bringing that bastard down. After what he's done, he doesn't deserve to be free. He doesn't deserve to live." Killing him won't make it any better, said Batman. Are you kidding me? Said Izuku. It's all I think about. Every single day. I can't rest, no, I won't rest until he's destroyed. It's exactly what you promised me. I promise you justice, said Batman. Not revenge. They're the same thing. No, they're not, said Batman angrily. And until you learn that, then you can never truly be a hero. Shut up! Izuku screamed, punching the wall beside him. His gauntlet exploded as it hit the wall, causing the brick around it to crack and crumble. He stood there with his fist extended for 10 seconds. I failed, said Izuku. I wasn't strong enough to beat the villains at the USJ, I couldn't beat Todoroki, and I couldn't save Kaken. Failure is inevitable, said Batman. Even for heroes. Not for you, said Izuku. I know the stories. You've beaten literal gods and monsters. You've overcome impossible odds and even stared death itself in the face. There's nothing you can't do. Batman sighed deeply. Wrong again, he said, walking towards the exit. Get in the Batmobile. We're going back to the warehouse. That's an order, he added before Izuku could protest. Izuku knew he messed up. He and Bruce sat in silence the whole ride back to the warehouse. The adrenaline from his escapade had worn off, and the reality of what he had done was sinking in. All he could do was sit in shame and wonder if this would be the end of his training with Bruce. Alfred had given him quite a scolding. You had this old man worried sick, Master Midoriya, he said crossly. And you have worried your poor mother to death as well. What do you have to say for yourself? No, forget it, he added before Izuku could speak. I'm sure Master Bruce has ample punishment for you. Bruce said nothing, walking past Alfred towards the Bat computer. He took out a small disk and placed it in the computer, and a video pulled up on the screen of a young, handsome man sitting in a chair. Master Bruce, no, said Alfred, horrified. You can't be serious. It's time he learned, said Bruce. And he has a right to know. The camera in the video zoomed in close, showing scars and cuts lining his handsome face. A large red brand in the shape of a J was engraved into his cheek. His left eye was nearly swollen shut, and his open one simply stared off into space. The sight horrified Izuku, but he continued to watch. Have you got something to tell the nice man, Jason? A voice off camera said. It was high, taunting and sing-songy in nature, and it chilled Izuku to the bone. My name is Jason Todd, the man said blankly. Who do you hate? Said the voice. Batman, Jason replied. Excellent, said the voice. The camera zoomed out. Jason was strapped to a chair, but he wasn't resisting against his restraints. He wore a torn red and green jumpsuit with a golden utility belt and arm bracers. A small golden R was embossed on the left breast of his uniform. Izuku could hardly believe his eyes. He was staring at Robin. Of course you do, the voice continued. A tall, lanky man stepped in front of the camera. He wore a purple pinstripe suit with a green vest and tie that matched his greasy green hair. His face was ghostly pale, with bright green eyes glowing from within their darkened, shallow sockets. His lips curled into a blood-red smile that stretched upward past his cheeks. Izuku felt his blood run cold. The Joker. Did you get that, Bats? Said the Joker. Kid's not yours anymore. He's mine. Mine, mine, mine. To do with as I wish. He turned back to Jason. Hey, I never asked. What's the big secret? Who is the big bad bat? His name. Tell me. Of course, sir, said Jason. It's Dash. Bang. Izuku gasped in shock. In a flash, the Joker had pulled a gun from his suit coat and shot Jason point blank, who fell out of the chair and to the ground in a crumpled heap. The Joker walked towards the camera and picked it up, showing the bleeding and lifeless corpse of Jason Todd. Never could stand a tattletale, said the Joker. That's why I like to work alone. No one to spoil the punchline. Joker came back into view of the camera, but kept Jason in the shot. You should try it sometime. After all, you see what happens when you drag your friends into this crazy little game of ours. The screen went blank. The video had ended, leaving Izuku at a loss for words. He had always seen the news reports, heard the stories of the Joker's villainy. But to see it up close such as this was unimaginable. Failure is inevitable, Bruce said again, walking away. Izuku was silent as Alfred poured him a cup of tea. He was still in shock over what he had just witnessed. I'm sorry, Alfred, he said. I'm sorry for how I've been acting. I'm sorry too, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. And I'm sorry you had to see that awful video. Master Bruce plays it quite often for himself ever since it happened. When did it? 3 years ago, Alfred replied. Not a day goes by I don't miss young Master Todd. What was he like? Izuku asked. In many ways like you, said Alfred. Brash, headstrong, and gifted. Izuku fell silent, drinking his tea. Why? Asked Izuku after a minute. Pardon? Asked Alfred. Why does he keep it? Said Izuku. The video. If it's his greatest failure, why does he keep reliving it? Alfred leaned back in his chair. The Joker had escaped Arkham Asylum with the assistance of one of the Batman's oldest adversaries, Ra's al Ghul, head of the League of Shadows. The League of Shadows? Asked Izuku. A terrorist organization that dates back millennia, Alfred explained. A group who claims to desire peace, but at the expense of murder and genocide. Ra's al Ghul has tried unsuccessfully to pass his legacy down to Master Bruce, to inherit his throne as the leader of the League. I didn't know, said Izuku. You wouldn't, said Alfred. They are living ghosts. They went completely dark after the incident. When they released the Joker, he was intended to be used as a distraction for Master Bruce and Jason while he carried out plans of his own. They were separated, and Master Todd disappeared, along with the Joker. Master Bruce spent over a year trying to find. When he received the tape, he redoubled his efforts into finding the Joker. And when he did finally find him, Alfred paused. I was afraid that Master Bruce would finally have broken his one rule. Which is? Asked Izuku. To never take a human life, said Alfred. But I dare say that man is the farthest thing from human as one could possibly get, he added bitterly. Why didn't he? Izuku asked. Of all people, the Joker deserves to die. After everything he's done, why hasn't he killed him? Because it wouldn't have brought Jason back, said a voice behind them. It was Bruce. He had been listening into the conversation. And it would have been exactly what the Joker wanted. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. If you had the chance to kill the Joker, or to kill the man who murdered your parents, you wouldn't take it? No, said Bruce. Because monsters like Joe Chill, like the Joker, don't die. They're born again and again, every minute. With one death comes another, and then another. In the end, the amount of killers that remains in the world hasn't diminished at all, and you find you've gone down a path of death and destruction, leaving bodies in your wake. If you let yourself go down that path, a path of death and destruction, it's one that you can never come back from. I keep that tape as a reminder of those I let down, and everything I have to live up to. This creature killed Kaken, Bruce, said Izuku. I don't know if I can let him live after that. When the time comes, I hope you can, said Bruce. Not for his sake. For yours. Chapter 28 Internships. The hero killer Stain glanced around at his surroundings. His mysterious visitor had taken him to a darkened tavern. It was dank and completely empty, save a sole figure sitting on a stool, leaning against the bar. He was clad all in black, contrasting directly with his messy silver hair. A large disembodied hand was clasped on his face as some sort of macabre mask. Stain disliked him on the spot. Behind the hand-man was a small television that had sound only pasted across the screen. The warping man had taken his place behind the bar counter. It didn't take long for Stain to realize where he really was. Now I get it, said Stain. You must be the ones who attacked you, eh? And you want to recruit me to build up your little group again? Yeah, the hand villain said simply. It'll be great, you've got so much experience. And what's your mission? Asked Stain. For now, the hand villain replied, I just want to kill Almight. I like to destroy anything that pisses me off. He held up a picture of a young boy with messy green hair, wearing a UA gym uniform. Like this little brat here. Game over. Stain felt the anger boiling deep inside of him. I was a fool to think you could offer me anything, he growled. It turns out you're the type of person I hate most in this world. He quickly drew 2 large combat knives from his side. The goals of your league are those of a child. What meaning is there to killing if you don't have real convictions? Kurojiri, the warped villain, sighed inwardly. Tamura Shigaraki cares only about wanton violence, so they brought the hero killer in to guide him. Perhaps they made a mistake. Master, should I step in? He asked in the direction of the television set. Let it happen, said the voice from the television. It's possible this is the only way he'll learn anything. He needs to think about the ways he must grow, how he can mature. Only then can he reach his potential. Izuku and his classmates returned to school with great fanfare. He was accosted on the train on his way to work several times from people who had watched him in the sports festival. They were impressed by his abilities and strength, asking if he was really trained by Batman as rumored, and even asking for autographs. He found it all very overwhelming, and was quick to blend into the crowd once the train had reached his stop. Upon reaching his classmates were all abuzz with stories of their own celebrity. Their performance in the sports festival had placed them on the map with fiery beacons to light the way. A moment later, the door to the class opened, and an unbandaged Aizawa sauntered in with a simple, "Morning, class." "Mr. Aizawa, you don't need your bandages anymore," said Ajui. "That's good news." "The old lady went a little overboard in her treatment," said Aizawa, scratching his cheek absently. "Anyway, we have an important class today on hero informatics." The class shifted uneasily in their seats, looking at each other nervously. Hero informatics sounded hard, perhaps something to do with hero laws or protocol. Aizawa cleared his throat. "You need code names." The students around Izuku cheered. Aizawa activated his quirk and growled, and they fell silent. "This is related to the first-year draft pick I mentioned before the festival," he said. "Normally, students don't have to worry about the draft yet until their second or third year, but this class is different. By extending offers to you, pros are essentially investing in your potential. Be warned, many offers can be rescinded if their interest in you dies down before graduation." "So you're saying that we'll still have to prove ourselves even after we've been recruited?" asked Hagakure. "Stupid selfish adults," said Mineta sourly. Aizawa cleared his throat again and clicked a presentation remote towards the smartboard behind him. "Here are the totals for those who got offers." A list of the students' names sprang to life, each with a different size bar graph and number attached to it. As expected, Todoroki had the most offers, along with Tokoyami and Ida close behind him. There was a significant gap between them and the rest of the students, but many were still excited about the prospect of pros wanting to work with them. "Congratulations, Todoroki," said Yaoyorozu. "You must be proud." "These offers are most likely because of my father," Todoroki said plainly. "I thought you would have gotten more, Midoriya," said Kaminar. "Probably because of how much he hurt himself in the final round," said Mineta. Izuku scanned the board and saw that he was near the bottom. Like his classmates said, he hadn't received very many offers, but he had expected that. Despite taking second place in the festival, as he was still quirkless, he represented an upstart to the status quo. He assumed that many pros simply viewed him as a liability and didn't want to take him on. "Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, got it?" said Aizawa. "Even those who didn't get any offers. You've already had your first taste of combat when the villains attacked the USJ, but it will still be beneficial to see pros at work, up close and personal in the field. That's why you need hero names. These names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously." As if on cue, the door opened and Midnight waltzed in and up to the front of the class. "He's right, you know," said Midnight. "The codenames you choose could be your codenames for life. So you better be careful." Midnight is going to have final approval over your names, said Aizawa. It's not my forte. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A codename tells people exactly what you represent. Izuku looked at the marker board that was just handed to him. He had considered what he wanted to do about his codename, but hadn't come up with anything solid. He had considered choosing something to honor his mentor. More than once Bruce was going to give him the mantle of Robin, but Bruce had specifically avoided that conversation, and after seeing the Joker's video, he could understand why. Bruce had also told him the importance of becoming his own hero. I can't tell you what path to take, he had said to him. I can only prepare you to make the choice when you get there. He and Kaken used to dream of their hero names when they were little, and now he was living that dream. One that was denied of his friend because of his weakness. One by one his classmates presented their names. Before he knew it, it was now Izuku's turn. Slowly, he approached the front of the class, everyone waiting eagerly to see what awesome name the protege of Batman had to present them. What did you choose, Midoriya? Said Kirishima excitedly. Something like Batkid or Batwing, right? Izuku took a deep breath and showed them his chosen name. Deku. The class stared at him in confusion. Are you sure about that, Midoriya? Asked Kaminari. Yeah, man, remember, that could be your hero name forever, said Kirishima. I know, said Izuku. But why? Asked Midnight. Don't you want something a little more akin to your mentor, the Dark Knight? No, said Izuku. It has to be this. This name was given to me by someone who never got the chance to be here because of me. Izuku fell silent, trembling slightly. Everyone glanced at each other uncomfortably. The fun had gone from this exercise. I like it, said a voice from the back. Everyone turned back towards the source of the voice, Uraraka. Really? Asked Mineta. Who would want the hero name useless? Sure, if you take it at face value, said Uraraka. But when you think about it, I think it fits him. Everyone here has underestimated Deku in one way or another, and each time he shows us more and more that he's the most capable person here. Everyone expects him to be useless because he doesn't have a quirk, but then he takes them down. Besides, she added, it reminds me of the phrase Dekimasu, or you can do it. And we all know that Deku can do anything he sets his mind to. The atmosphere of the class changed. Everyone smiled and looked at each other in approval. Izuku was speechless, feeling a swelling in his heart. For so many years he bore that name as a reminder for his failure in life, both as a quirkless boy desperately dreaming for a life he couldn't achieve, and for his part in Kaken's death. But now his friend had given it a new meaning for him, something that gave him hope. He turned his head away as he sat down at his desk, trying to hide the tears welling in his eyes. Lastly, the stage fell upon Ida. He had been trembling so hard he could barely hold the pen in his hand. Dread and nausea built up inside him as he tried to write his chosen hero name. But the truth was, it wasn't one that he had chosen, nor was it one he wanted to bear under the circumstances. He had gone to see his brother in Hosu General Hospital the day of his attack. The hero killer stain had left him for dead, and he almost didn't survive the surgery. They had stabilized him, and he was on his way to recovery, but Tensei had revealed something to Tenya that shook him to his core. I can't feel my legs, Tensei had said. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say anything yesterday, but they're useless. What? Tenya gasped. No! I think the hero ingenium is finished, said Tensei. At least for me. What are you saying? Said Ida. Don't talk like that. You still have so many people to help and inspire, brother. I'm sorry, said Tensei. I'm afraid it is. That's why I want you to take the name. When Ida returned to school after their break, he tried to play off that everything was fine, and that there was nothing to worry about. He was the class president, and he couldn't allow himself to display weakness in front of his classmates. He had to be strong, for them, his brother and himself. As he sat at his desk, he tried to force himself to write the name, Ingenium, on his whiteboard, to honor his fallen brother and carry on the family legacy. But he just couldn't. He wasn't ready. He approached the classroom and showed his chosen name to his class. Tenya, he said unceremoniously. You're using your real name, too? Said Midnight. The class glanced around at each other, confused. Izuku looked at Uraraka, who shared his concern. They had been worried about their friend ever since they learned of Ingenium's defeat at the hands of a villain. Izuku had seen through his facade of calm and peace at once. Beneath his friend's eyes lay a look that Izuku recognized in himself, a maelstrom of sorrow, pain, confusion, and an intense desire for revenge. This was uncharacteristic of the Ida they came to know and love, the by-the-book class president, the one who always chose the right, taking the high road, and put the safety and care of others before himself. Now, those traits seemed to be buried in a deep chasm of grief that he couldn't escape. It was a pain that Izuku lived in every day, and one he wanted to spare his friend from, somehow. Aizawa told the class they were to hand in their picks by the weekend, and class was dismissed. The students all chattered about what agencies they wanted to go with. Uraraka had excitedly told Izuku that their fight in the sports festival had inspired her to learn more hand-to-hand combat, so she had chosen the Gunhead agency. Izuku was looking through the list of his own. There were a few smaller-time agencies that had extended offers to him, but there weren't any that caught his immediate attention or interest. He wasn't sure how he was going to make his choice. He took a picture of the list and sent it to Bruce, hoping he could narrow down the choice for him. He didn't see any offers from Bruce for internship, but that didn't surprise him. Bruce preferred to work alone, and didn't align himself with any agencies. Even though he is a founding member of the Justice League and provided a significant portion of their funding, his title is really only that of ceremony, as his status was technically that of part-time, and he usually only worked with them out of necessity. Izuku's phone pinged, indicating a message. Bruce had answered his query, but his answer confused Izuku. Titan's Hero Agency. Titan's Agency? Thought Izuku. As in the Teen Titans? Izuku's confusion grew. They were an American agency, and he didn't even think they had a Japan division. They weren't on his list of offers, or even on any of the lists provided by the UA staff. What was he planning? He asked Bruce for more information, but his only reply was that he would be collected the day his internship starts. He supposed he didn't have any recourse but to wait. Ida was walking towards the entrance of the school at a brisk pace. Izuku hadn't noticed that he was gone, and he and Uraraka had to run to catch up to him. Ida, wait! Izuku shouted. Ida stopped, but didn't turn. Now that they had caught up to him, Izuku was at a loss for words as to what to say. Ida, I don't know what you're going through, he said. But you're not alone. If you ever want to talk, you can let us know. We're friends, right? Ida turned to face them. Yes, he said with a small smile. Perhaps he was trying to dispel their fears about him, but to Izuku, his unearthly smile worried him further. Without another word, Ida turned and began his journey home, but Izuku stopped him. He took out a small disc-like device from his utility belt and handed it to Ida. This is a personal communicator. It connects to a secure virtual network from anywhere in the world. Just in case you need it, okay? He said. Ida took it and placed it in his pocket, bowed, and left for home. Izuku looked at Uraraka, who looked just as worried. Izuku wanted to do more for him. He wanted to be there for him as a friend should, but he didn't think anything they would say would get through to him. The truth was, the communicator worked both ways. He had a chance to glance at Ida's paper, and the only agency that he had chosen was one in Hosa City, where his brother had fallen. He had given the communicator to him as it also served as a tracking beacon. He desperately hoped, however, that his fears were unfounded, and that he wouldn't need it. The day of his internship came quickly. Izuku was packing his things, his hero suit prepped and ready to go. He still had little understanding of where he was going or what he would be doing, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. Bruce had made some modifications to his suit since the attack at the USJ. The weave in the plating had been upgraded, and now allowed for greater durability without sacrificing his speed, and he had added an experimental exoskeleton that increased Izuku's strength by 25%. The capacity of his utility belt had been expanded, allowing him to carry more tools and weapons. Lastly, his explosive gauntlets, prototyped by Meihatsum, had undergone rigorous repair and improvements, and now functioned better than ever. Izuku knew he probably wasn't going to see any combat during this time, but he couldn't wait to take it all for a test run. Izuku was finishing up his packing when the doorbell rang. It had to be Alfred. He was probably going to take him to the Titan Agency, wherever that was. He rushed to the door and opened it eagerly, but was surprised to see that it wasn't Alfred at all. Instead, it was a tall, handsome man with long black hair that dropped to his shoulders. He wore a simple blazer and button-up shirt, which did little to hide his impressive build. Izuku recognized him at once. It was the American who accompanied Bruce at the sports festival. "Hey there!" he said cheerfully. "You must be Izuku Midoriya. The name's Hick Grayson. It's good to finally meet you." Chapter 29: The Hero Killer. "You want me to be a part of your crumbling little league," said the hero killer Stain. "But you won't accomplish anything if you don't have conviction and desire." Stain was standing over Shigaraki, his dagger buried deeply into the villain's shoulder. The pain didn't even seem to faze Shigaraki, who simply stared back at him with quiet contempt. "You're being a little rough, aren't you?" Shigaraki said. "Kurojairi, take this guy back." The warped villain didn't move. Blood was dripping down his arm from a deep gash left by the hero killer. "I'm sorry I can't move," said Kurojairi. "It must be the hero killer's quirk at work." Stain spat on the ground. "The word hero has lost all meaning in this society," he said. "The world is overrun with fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams. They must all be purged." He moved his second dagger closer to Shigaraki's neck, but the villain grabbed the blade with his bare hand. Before his eyes, Stain's blade began to disintegrate into dust. Stain leaped backward in alarm, still clutching his damaged dagger. "You sure talk a lot, hero killer," said Shigaraki. "Conviction? Maybe I don't have anything as loaded as that. If I had to choose a desire, though, it'd be killing Almight. This world wants to worship trash like him. I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and crush them while they're in shock." Stain paused. "I see your true nature," he said finally. "It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. However, this wasn't in vain. We agree that we need to destroy the present." "I thought I was the person who hated most," said Shigaraki. "I was testing your motives," said Stain, sheathing his remaining dagger. "People always reveal their true colors on the verge of death. It's abnormal, but there is a desire, a warped sprout of conviction, inside of you. How will it bloom, I wonder? Maybe I'll let you grow, and if you don't turn out well, I'll take care of you later." Shigaraki rolled his eyes. "Kurojairi," he said, looking behind him as the warped villain began to move again. "A man as crazy as this would be nothing but trouble for the League of Villains." "Please reconsider," said Kurojairi. "This man will be a great asset if he joins us." "I'd say this was a success," said Stain. "My business here is done. Now you will return me to Hosu." He licked his lips quickly, his eyes shining with a red glare. "There are many more false heroes I must attend to there." Izuku stood waiting on a bench at the train station near his house. Hick had gone off to get their tickets, as they would be traveling outside of the city. He still couldn't believe that he was working with Nightwing, Bruce's first protege, the first Robin. He hadn't had the chance to meet him previously, as his base of operations was in Bloodhaven, back in the USA. Bruce was very sparing about bringing up the past, and so he hadn't mentioned him often. But Nightwing was one of the largest advocates for quirkless heroes, being quirkless himself, and Izuku had followed his activities from a young age, since he formed the Teen Titans. After he struck out on his own as Nightwing, his time in the spotlight had declined. Hick had explained that this was due to the nature of crime in Bloodhaven, as it was considered to be one of the worst cities in the United States, and in many ways was worse than Gotham City. Many of the things that went on there were better off staying in the shadows where they belong. "This place is great," said Nightwing, approaching Izuku. He was carrying their tickets, but also 2 drink cans. "You can purchase beer from the vending machines. Can't do that back home." "Aren't we on duty?" asked Izuku, He had Izuku gear up before they left, as they would be heading out on patrol as soon as they reached their destination. "You sound like Bruce," Nightwing said, laughing. He handed Izuku one of the cans. "I got you a melon soda. We got a ways to go, so we might as well be comfortable." "Where are we going?" said Izuku. "Hosa City," said Nightwing. "The Justice League wanted someone to investigate the hero killings, and Bruce volunteered me for the job. He said it was a good chance for you to get your feet wet, and told me to bring you along." "We're going after the hero killer?" said Izuku, surprised. "No," said Nightwing. "We're only going to assist with the investigation. We'll be meeting up with the Endeavor and Manual Hero agencies when we get there, as well as several other ones. Until this killer is caught, it's all hands on deck." "You mentioned the Justice League," said Izuku as they approached their train. "I thought I was interning with the Teen Titans." "You are," said Nightwing. "Technically, you're interning with both. The Titans are an extension of the Justice League, and though I'm not a teen anymore, I'm still the de facto leader of the Titans, and serve as an advisory role with new recruits. Several other former Titans also serve as advisors, like Beast Boy and Raven. Since you're still a young blood, you're officially an intern of the Titans, and one day you'll take your place as a member of the Justice League, if that's where you would like to go with your career." Izuku's eyes widened. The idea of becoming a member of the Justice League filled him with a wonder and excitement he hadn't felt since All Might. All Might. Izuku's heart sank to his stomach. He still thought often about their last meeting. He was so angry and upset that he had lost complete control of the situation. He didn't want to hear what All Might had to say to him, and he refused to take the second-place medal from him. For all he knew, All Might still had it. "I don't know if you saw, but I was with Bruce and Alfred during the sports festival," said Nightwing, as if reading his mind. "I gotta say, that was one badass performance." Izuku flushed. He wasn't quite used to the candor displayed by Nightwing. It was different from Bruce's. It was much less reserved, and much more flamboyant. Bruce was a man of little words, no matter how direct they were, but with Nightwing there seemed to be nothing he wouldn't say. It wasn't off-putting, but it was overwhelming. "I wasn't that impressive," was all he managed to say. "I gotta say though, it was rather reckless for a sporting event," said Nightwing. He wasn't chastising Izuku, just stating a fact. "Bruce was worried sick about you." "Bruce was worried about me," said Izuku, surprised. Bruce was still his reserved and silent self when he had awoken in Recovery Girl's hospital ward. He was chiefly worried that he had disappointed his mentor, and didn't consider that he was genuinely worried about him. "Yeah," said Nightwing. "He may not be good at showing it, but Bruce cares very deeply. He leaped from the bleachers and carried you off to meet with Recovery Girl before any of us could react. The look on his face was one I haven't seen since." He trailed off, going silent suddenly. He paused for a moment before clearing his throat. Regardless, it was an impossible situation. Had it been a real battle, the best option would have been to retreat. "I wasn't about to give up," said Izuku, slightly indignant. "Tactical retreats are not the same as giving up," said Nightwing. "Sometimes you are faced with situations where there is no escape, and fighting your way out is the only viable solution. But you need to learn to gauge those situations carefully, so you can best avoid them. If you give up your tactical advantage, you'll find yourself in an impossible situation that could have been avoided. Even if it means making a retreat, you can regroup and attack the situation again." Izuku never thought of it that way. "But what about when you can't escape?" asked Izuku. "Fight till your last breath," said Nightwing. "But do so wisely, or it may very well be your last breath." He looked as if he spoke from experience, but Izuku didn't press the matter. They sat in silence for a while, and Izuku found his mind wandering on Ida. He had taken his internship with the Manual Hero Agency in Hosu, so he imagined they would be meeting up when he got there. This eased his mind a little, as he was getting increasingly worried about Ida's sudden change in personality, and the fact he went to Hosu specifically to intern was too much of a coincidence, and Izuku didn't believe in coincidence to begin with. An hour passed, and they began to approach Hosa City, when the side of the bullet train, directly in front of them, exploded. Someone was thrown through the side of the train with incredible speed and force, as they were going over 200 miles per hour. A moment later, something began to bend back the broken metal of the train. Even though it was smaller and a different color, Izuku recognized the lifeless eyes set inside the giant exposed brain immediately. First name. "Stay back, kid!" said Nightwing, springing into action immediately. He drew 2 retractable batons from his utility belt, launching him forward towards the Nomu. His batons crackled and exploded with electricity upon making contact with the Nomu, and they both flew out of the train and hurtling towards the ground below. "Nightwing!" Izuku cried, but in a matter of seconds the train had already traveled out of range of Nightwing and his quarry. Izuku acted instinctively, leaping out of the bullet train, drawing his grapple gun from his utility belt, and propelled himself towards his friend's location. He only hoped he would be okay. Tenya Ida continued his patrol with Manuel, the normal hero. They had been patrolling most of the evening, and although he knew it was foolish to get his hopes up, Ida desperately wanted to find the hero killer. Manuel had already figured out the reason that he came to his agency in Hosu, and had warned him against the idea of pursuing him out of thoughts of revenge, not only for moral and ethical reasons, but for the legality of it as well. Heroes don't have the jurisdiction or authority to make arrests, or to use their quirks any way they want. They are mostly incident response, rescue, evacuation and suppression of villain incidents. They can only assist with criminal investigations when invited by the police, and even then they were kept on a short leash. Strictly speaking, they couldn't just do what they wanted. Normally, Tenya would agree with him. He had always honored the hero code to the letter, trying to shape himself into a hero worthy of the Ida name. But the burning hatred in his heart would not falter. No adherence to rules, regulations, or ideals would quench it. He had made up his mind. He had to find his brother's attacker. He had to take him down. He was going to kill the hero killer. Manuel stopped suddenly. Several people before them began to panic. They could hear large explosions off in the distance, followed by screams. Manuel put a finger to his earpiece inside his helmet. "What's going on?" he said to the radio. "Villain attack? Don't worry. I'm heading that way right now." He turned to Tenya. "Stay with me, we're running." Tenya's mind was running a mile a minute. This couldn't be the hero killer. The attack was too flashy. It had to be someone else. Tenya froze mid-stride. He had almost missed it, but he caught a glimpse of light reflecting off something metal, something shiny. Looking down the alleyway, he was able to see it clearly. A sword. Tenya made a mad dash towards the alleyway. He found the hero killer. The hero killer looked in disdain in the direction of the chaos caused by the Nomu. The idiot Shigaraki had made his move, but was being so noisy about it. He would have to dispose of him later. He turned back to the false hero he had pinned against the wall. They called him native, but that mattered little to Stain. He would soon be dead. "My body, I can't move," said Native angrily, his voice muffled from Stain's hand covering his mouth. "You bastard, I'll kill you!" Stain scowled, raising his blade. "If you call yourself a hero, you should choose your last words with care." Something came hurtling towards him at intense speed. Stain barely had enough time to raise his sword in defense, which connected with his attacker. It was a heavily armored hero, and his sword had knocked his helmet off his head, causing the hero to come crashing down to the floor. Stain realized that his attacker was only a child, no older than 15, wearing the suit. "Who are you?" he said as the boy hoisted himself from the ground. "Run away from here. This is not a place for children." "You're carrying blades all over your body," said the boy. "And you're wearing a blood-red scarf. You must be the hero killer, Stain. I've been looking for you, but I didn't think I would find you so soon." "I am." Stain raised his sword, stopping inches from the boy's face. "Your eyes are searing with vengeance," he said. "Be careful what you say next. If need be, even someone your age can be my target." The boy grew angrier. "Are you saying I'm not even a threat to you?" he snarled. "You listen to me, criminal. I am the brother of an incredible hero who you attacked. I have come to stop you because he can't anymore. You are going to remember my name for as long as you live. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. That I promise. Then, so be it, said Stain. Die. Izuku ran throughout the streets, desperately trying to find Nightwing. His mind was racing. The creature looked like Nomu, but it was smaller, and looked different. If it had the power that the Noma had back at the USJ, it could be really bad news. Not just for Nightwing, but for the whole city. He had to think. He was faced with another impossible situation, just as Nightwing said, but he couldn't just stay back and do nothing. Tenya! Izuku stopped. Someone was yelling a familiar name. Following the voice, he was shocked to see the streets besieged with not just one, but two Noma-like creatures facing off against several heroes. Each one of them was different. One was flying with leathery wings attached to its back, carrying civilians in its large clutches. The other was large, muscular, and colored like the Noma at the USJ, but lacked the bird-like beak and had no eyes of its own. Fire blazed around them as they continued their onslaught. What are these things? Thought Izuku. Izuku saw Manuel, the normal hero, using his quirk to control the water from a broken fire hydrant to douse the fire around them. Why did you have to run off on your own? He said angrily. Where the hell are you, Tenya? Izuku's stomach dropped to his feet. Ida had gone off on his own. This was grossly uncharacteristic of him, and very, very bad. Izuku pulled the control panel on his gauntlet computer, checking the homing beacon he placed on Ida's armor. He was several clicks away, hidden in an alleyway. He wasn't moving. Izuku calibrated his cowl vision to zero in on his location. He saw three faint outlines off in the distance. One of them was brandishing a long object, difficult to make out in the distance. It was Sword. Shit. Izuku launched his grapple gun heading in the direction of the three figures. He only hoped he wasn't too late. Tamura Shigaraki cackled with glee as the Noma continued their wanton destruction. He and Kurojiri watched from a water tower in the distance, safe from the damage, but perfect for a bird's eye view. The Noma makes such excellent playthings, Shigaraki said happily. Are you not going to participate in the fight? Asked Kurojiri. Shigaraki reached for his shoulder. Don't be stupid, I'm still injured, he said. That's why I brought these pets. He had to convince his master to let him have the Noma. They weren't as strong as the one from the USJ, but he and the doctor had managed to finish adjusting the behavior of 6 of them. The master had only let him have 3 of them, but even if they were weaker than his last Noma, they would be more than enough to see their mission through. Shigaraki hated that arrogant hero killer that the master had brought in. He wanted to destroy anything that he hated. It was his right to do so, his very reason for existing. The master wouldn't deny him this, though he encouraged him to use this as a learning experience. Whether he learned or not, Shigaraki didn't care. Once this night was over, the world would have forgotten the hero killer ever existed. Then, so be it, said the hero killer. Die. For Tensei! Shouted Tenya, activating his engine quirk. Even with his impressive speed, Tenya was too slow for Stain, who moved faster than he could have calculated. Ingenium. So you're his brother? Said Stain calmly, as if they were discussing the matter over drinks. I let him live so he could spread the good word of me. He slammed his spiked boot into Tenya's shoulder, forcing him to the ground below. You're a weakling, just like he was. Stain immediately plunged his sword into Tenya's other shoulder, blood spurting from the gaping wound. Tenya shrieked in pain. You aren't heroes, continued Stain. You have no right to be called that. Both of you are nothing but fakes. Shut up, villain, snarled Tenya. You damaged his spine and paralyzed him from the waist down. He's never going to be able to work as a pro hero again. My brother was incredible. A caring person who saved many lives. Someone people looked up to. You had no right to take that all away from him. I won't forgive you. I'll kill you. Stain pointed to the injured native, slumped against the wall. Shouldn't you be concerned about saving that guy? He said. You're so busy with your grudge that you forgot about him. You plan on using your quirk only for yourself. You're completely blinded by your selfish desire for revenge. You're about as far away from being a hero as I can imagine. Stain ripped his sword from Tenya's shoulder and bringing it to his mouth, perversely licked his blood from the blade. Tenya immediately felt a paralytic force spread throughout his body. He couldn't move, not even an inch. And that's why you'll die tonight. Finished Stain. Goodbye, child. Not like this, thought Tenya. He was afraid. He had failed. The hero killer would live on, and Tensei would now lose his legs and his brother. It was over. Stain paused, his sword inches from Tenya's back. A faint whistling sound could be heard in the distance. It was getting louder. Something was approaching fast. He brought his sword up just in time for something hard and metal to collide with it, nearly missing his head. 3 more objects were hurtled towards him again, causing him to leap away from the inured Tenya and out of the way of their trajectory. They embedded themselves in the side of the building behind him, and Stain had a moment to see they were shurikens, but shaped in an odd way. But before he could get a good look, he ducked under a swift kick, narrowly missing his head by inches. He leaped backward again, getting out of the way. Another child, clad in black armor and mask. He had 3 blades attached to each gauntlet, and the goggles he wore under his black hood glowed in intense white. Midoriya? Said Tenya incredulously. How? Don't worry, Ida, said Izuku. I'm here to save you. Izuku made it just in time. He was afraid he was too late, seeing Ida laying before him. He stared the hero killer down. Every inch of him was armed to the teeth, and his very presence inspired an unholy aura of death that was palpable in the air. How did you find me? Said Ida. I'm sorry, said Izuku. I placed a tracking device on your armor. I was afraid you would try to go after the hero killer yourself. He chuckled slightly. That's what I would have done. He surveyed his surroundings. Stain was on a whole nother level than he was. He remembered Nightwing's words about a tactical retreat. We have to get out of here, get help from the pros. I can't move my body, said Ida. It must be his quirk. Shit, thought Izuku. That complicated things. If he left now, Ida would surely be killed, as well as the other hero. If it had just been Ida, he could have carried him away, but now he couldn't just leave this other hero to his fate either. Nightwing's other words came to his mind as well. Fight to your last breath, he said. But do so wisely, or it may very well be your last breath. He had to find a tactical advantage. Right now, taking care of 2 immobilized heroes against an experienced serial murderer didn't do him any favors. Please, Midoriya, don't get involved, said Ida. This doesn't have anything to do with you. Izuku was shocked. I'm not just going to leave you here, he said. You showed up to save your friend's life, said Stain. But I have a duty to kill him and this so-called pro. When your friend chose to fight me, it guaranteed that the weaker of us would be culled. He ripped one of the batarangs Izuku threw at him off the wall. He paused. He recognized this shape after getting a good look at it. Wait, he said. This is a batarang. He turned his attention back to Izuku. Who are you? He said sharply. Izuku didn't answer. He had to act fast. Behind his back, he activated a small datapad from his utility belt. It would send out a broadcast of his location to any authority within a 5-mile radius. He had to make sure that Stain didn't see him send it. It was his only advantage. He only hoped that someone would be listening, what with the chaos going on around them. He didn't know how long he could hold the hero killer off. He also had no idea where Nightwing was, or if he was able to defeat the Nomu. For now, he was on his own, and he would fight to his last breath to protect his friend. Listen to me, Midoriya, said Ida desperately. Stand down, run away! I told you this has nothing to do with you. If you really think that, said Izuku angrily, then why are you even trying to become a hero in the first place? He had more he wanted to say, but the truth was that he was ashamed. Not but a week ago he was searching for the sludge villain with intense, burning hatred in his heart, determined to do anything to find him. But now he saw the truth. If he had found the villain, even with Bruce's training, he very well could have been in the same position Ida was in now. Izuku stood tall, raising his fist towards the hero killer. "I am Deku, hero in training, protege of the Batman," said Izuku. "And you will harm no one today, hero killer. So long as there are lives to be saved, I will fight to my very last breath to save them." A perverse smile broke across Stain's gaunt face, and he threw back his head in a cackle that shook Izuku to his core. "Yes!" he shouted. "Yes! This is more than I could have ever hoped for." "What are you talking about?" said Izuku, alarmed. "Our meeting tonight is destiny," Stain replied happily. "You and I are two sides of the same coin, opposed in every way, but fighting for a better world. For you see, Boy Wonder, as you were trained at the feet of the Dark Knight, I was trained by the head of the demon himself." "Head of the demon?" Izuku repeated. "Yes, the very man you master is destined to supplant," said Stain. "But he dishonors his destiny by refusing such a gift." Realization dawned on Izuku. "Ra's al Ghul," he whispered. "Your League of Shadows." "Do not speak his name, whelp!" said Stain angrily. "He is a god among men, the master who gave me the power to fulfill my noble work, to do what needs to be done to purge the world of criminals and false heroes." He drew his sword, dropping into a fighting stance. "And now we will see if you will do what needs to be done too. Fight me, son of Batman." Izuku launched into an attack, throwing batarangs towards his enemy, who deflected and dodged them readily. Izuku had to get in close, avoiding his blades. Stain swung his sword towards Izuku, who caught it in his gauntlet blades. "Watch the knives!" he heard Ida say. Stain attempted to slash him with the dagger in his other hand, but Izuku parried it, and seized his chance to deliver a kick to Stain's chest. The hero killer flew backward, but remained on his feet. "That's the spirit," he said, smiling. He lifted his dagger to his lips and licked the blade. Izuku felt as if an immense weight dropped on his back. He couldn't move. "Disappointing," said Stain disdainfully. "Letting yourself be overcome after such bravado." He began to approach Izuku. "The Batman has much to teach you. Still, there are countless heroes around here that are all talk, but you are worthy of staying alive to fight me again another day. You are different from these two." He began to walk back towards Ida. Izuku noticed the blood dripping from the knife in his hand, and it came to him. That was why he licked his blades. It was the blood. That was the secret to his quirk. "Don't!" shouted Izuku as Stain lifted his blade, ready to plunge his blade into the helpless Ida. "Stop!" Before he could attack, a large burst of flames came flying towards the hero killer, forcing him to dodge at the last second. "Someone else to stand in my way?" he said angrily. "Today has been full of distractions." Down at the end of the alleyway, flames burning brightly on his left side, stood Shoto Todoroki. "Midoriya," said Todoroki, holding up his phone. "I got your message. The pros are on their way." He launched an ice path towards Stain, lifting Izuku as well as the injured native and Ida out of the hero killer's way. He ignited his flames again and rushed forward, throwing flame attacks towards his enemy. Stain leaped from side to side to avoid the blasts. "You won't be taking any more lives, hero killer," said Todoroki, continuing his attack. "Todoroki, don't let him get your blood," said Izuku. He still struggled against the hero killer's quirk, and it still continued to restrain him. "I think he controls his enemy's actions by swallowing it." Stain didn't hesitate, leaping towards Todoroki, who threw up a wall of ice to shield himself. Stain cut through the wall with ease. "You blocked your own field of vision against an opponent who is faster than you," Stain said. "Rookie mistake." Stain threw two daggers towards Todoroki, which embedded themselves into his arm. "You're good, kid," said Stain. Unlike him. He leaped into the air, and instead of going towards Todoroki, he bore down upon the injured native. In a few seconds he would be upon him. Stain flew to his side as a heavy kick landed against him. Izuku had used his grapple gun to launch himself towards the hero killer, knocking him out of his path. He had control of himself now. The killer's quirk was losing its hold. "Midoriya?" said Todoroki in shock. I can move again, said Izuku. I'm not sure how. Does he have a time limit? Said Todoroki, more to himself. He looked at Native and Ida, who were still immobilized. Izuku should have been the last one freed if that were the case. Then it occurred to him. What is your blood type? Type O, shouted Izuku, locking himself in combat with the hero killer. That must be the secret. His quirk could be less effective against the type of blood he uses it on. Very impressive, said Stain. Your strength and intelligence are exactly what I expected of the student of the world's greatest detective. Stain swung his sword at Izuku's head, who dodged narrowly. Todoroki seized his moment to launch another ice attack towards him, sending him backwards to dodge. He's too fast, said Todoroki. He can avoid my ice and fire. If I try to carry these two away, I'd leave myself exposed. He gestured to the injured Ida and Native. We have to hold off until the pros come, and avoid close combat. Izuku charged his explosive gauntlets. He wanted to avoid using them, as they were fighting in an enclosed space, and was afraid of hurting Native and Ida, but now he had no choice. He had to keep Stain at a distance. You've lost too much blood, said Izuku, looking at Todoroki's injured arm. You need to stay back and protect them. He gestured to Native and Ida. I'll take care of Stain. You're taking a big risk, Midoriya, said Todoroki. But he couldn't deny that he was right. If he lost any more blood, he would be just as useless to Izuku as the other two. All right. Be careful. Come on, boy wonder, said Stain. Show me what you've really got. Ida continued to fight against the quirk that restrained him, but it was no use. This wasn't what he wanted. He didn't want his classmates to risk their lives to save him. This was his fight. The words of Stain and Midoriya played over in his head as if through a loop. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? Don't worry, Ida. I'm here to save you. You have to run, he said to Todoroki, tears streaming down his eyes. I can't watch this. You want to make your brother proud? Said Todoroki, throwing more ice and fire at Stain as Izuku fought him off. Then stand up and become Ingenium. Become the hero you wanted to be. Izuku yelled as Stain sliced at his leg. He was immobile again. But instead of cutting him down, Stain rushed towards Todoroki. His fighting style had changed. His attacks were wild, like a wounded animal fighting against predators. This sudden aggression made him much more frightening, and much more dangerous. Todoroki threw his fire and ice against Stain, desperately trying to keep him back, but the hero killer got past his barrage. He managed to reach his left arm, and ripped out one of the daggers that was embedded in it. Todoroki yelled in pain, but soon froze as Stain licked the blood, leaving him helpless. They were all down. The tide had turned in Stain's favor. It was a valiant effort, said Stain, but a fruitless one. You may soon be free of my quirk soon, boy wonder, but they'll all be dead by the time you are. He drew his blade, ready to strike Ida once again. Starting with him. Stop! Shouted Izuku as Stain drew his sword, ready to plunge it into the helpless Ida. Izuku strained against the weight of Stain's quirk. He had to stop him before he murdered his friends, but he still had minutes left before he could move again. He thought back to his fight with Shinso. There had to be a fundamental similarity, as they both worked on controlling their enemies. He desperately recalled his training with Bruce, all the physical and mental conditioning he put him through. He focused his mind, remembering the words that Bruce had told him. Your body is your own, he had said. No power or quirk can overpower your force of will. It can only confuse the mind, or overwhelm your senses. Focus is the key. Focus, and no trap, no power, no restraint can hold you. Izuku had to focus. He only had seconds. Get up, Deku, Izuku screamed at himself internally. You are a hero, and you need to save them. Get up now. Izuku's muscles began to budge. Slowly, he strained as he lifted himself off the ground. Stain turned back to him, shocked. Impossible, he said. You managed to summon the will to fight against my quirk. He drew his sword back on Izuku. What? Are you I told you, hero killer, I am the hero Deku, Izuku said, dropping back into a hero stance. I won't let you kill them. I will save them, no matter what. You may be able to stand, said Stain. But there's no way you can fight against me and my quirk at the same time. He charged Izuku again, locking his sword in Izuku's gauntlet blades. Izuku used his explosive gauntlets, connecting the against the hero killer's chest. Stain yelled in pain as the explosion sent him backwards and against the wall of the alleyway. After a moment, he rallied and continued his attack, but Izuku was ready for him. He caught his sword again, this time in both his gauntlet spikes, and used the explosions to give him extra force as he snapped the sword into pieces. Stain roared in anger and kicked Izuku in the solar plexus, sending him backwards. Izuku was winded, but otherwise okay. He could feel the quirk's hold wearing off, and his movements were faster, but he was fatigued. He didn't know how much longer he could last. But he had to fight, for the sake of his friends. Stain launched himself atop of Midoriya, trying to drive his daggers into his chest. Come on, boy wonder! He shouted at Izuku. Fight me with everything you have! Show me you are worthy of killing me! Izuku kicked into Stain's chest, flipping him over. He threw a barrage of explosions at the hero killer from his gauntlets, but Stain was too fast. He dodged the attacks and threw himself back onto Izuku, using his momentum to throw him into the wall. Izuku moved just in time as the dagger plunged into the wall behind him where his chest was before. Izuku countered with a spinning kick against Stain's head. He rolled from the force of the kick, but sprung back to his feet. Their fight continued, and Izuku felt himself growing weary. The hero killer's attacks seemed endless, and he didn't know how much longer he could fight. Out of nowhere, something large came flying towards them at blinding speed, connecting with Stain in his side, sending him hurtling into one of the walls of the building. It was Ida. He was standing. Are you all right, Midoriya? Said Ida. I'm fine, said Izuku. He looked down at the blood dripping down Ida's arm. You've lost a lot of blood. I'm fine, said Ida. I'll stand by you. Such tenacity, said Stain ferociously. Why won't you stay down? Now, Midoriya, said Ida. Let's finish this. As Stain rushed towards them, all thoughts of self-preservation forgotten, Izuku charged his explosive gauntlets, and Ida let loose a reciproburst kick. With their combined attack, they struck the hero killer down, who hit the ground hard in a heap, and lay there motionless. Izuku began to breathe a sigh of relief, which was halted as he saw the hero killer slowly struggle to his knees. Well done, boy wonder, he said to Izuku. You have bested me, almost single-handedly. He pushed his discarded dagger towards Izuku. You are worthy, he said. End it. Kill me. It's the only way. I will never stop my crusade. Do what your master won't. Do what needs to be done. Izuku froze, looking at Ida, who hung his head in shame. It all made sense to him now. None of this would have happened if he hadn't foolishly tried to face Stain alone. He endangered himself and his friends, and they all could have lost their lives today. Now that the moment has come, the desire for revenge had left him, replaced only with regret. It made him think of his own thoughts of revenge, the burning hatred inside of him for the sludge villain. He now understood Bruce's words to him. No, said Izuku, turning back to Stain. I will never kill. Not even you. He kicked the hero killer upside the head, knocking him unconscious. It was over. The hero killer was down. They won. Chapter 30, The Status Quo. Nightwing and the creature from the train were tumbling fast towards the ground below. The creature was strong. Very strong. Even at maximum setting, the creature barely reacted to the electric bursts of his stunned batons. He began to wonder if the creature could feel pain at all. They were approaching the ground fast, and the creature had a tight grip on him, preventing him from getting away. Thinking quickly, he thrust his batons into the creature's gaping mouth, powerful electricity reverberating throughout its body. Nightwing's suit was shock-resistant, so he wasn't affected, and the creature let go long enough so he could grapple away. The creature hit the ground with a sickening splat. It lay there motionless, and at first Nightwing thought that it was dead, but after a moment, the creature slowly pulled itself up. Nightwing winced as its limbs grotesquely cracked as it repositioned them. The creature then turned away from Nightwing, seeming to lose interest, and started attacking the civilian bystanders around it. "Leave them alone!" shouted Nightwing, leaping towards the creature. Before he could reach it, a huge burst of flames engulfed the creature, causing Nightwing to stop in his tracks. He turned to see a large man walking towards him. He was wearing a dark blue jumpsuit, heavy boots and gauntlets, both blazing with red flames, extending to his chest and shoulders. Even his hair and beard was alight with these flames. Nightwing recognized him as Endeavor, the number 2 hero. "Thanks for the assist, kid," said Endeavor. He paused. "Wait, I recognize you. You're the Bat's sidekick, aren't you?" "No, I'm not," said Nightwing, not bothering to hide his annoyance. "My name is Nightwing, I'm with the Justice League." "Right," said Endeavor. He obviously didn't care. "Well, thank you for the assist, but I'll take it from here." He looked back at the creature as the flames died away. It seemed unharmed by the blast of fire. That was a low-temp warning shot. But even still, it always KOs my opponent. He launched a more powerful blast at the creature. It took more damage, but remained largely unharmed. This time, however, it seemed to grow in size. It doubled over on its haunches, and launched itself into the air towards Endeavor. "Watch it!" shouted Nightwing. "It's got more than one quirk!" The creature opened its mouth and large tendrils began to form from inside it before immediately thrusting towards Endeavor. Nightwing drew a capsule from his belt and threw it into the gaping maw of the creature, which caused it to swallow. In a second, the creature's chest exploded from the inside out. The creature fell to the ground in a heap, its breath rattling before finally ceasing. "Not too bad, kid," said Endeavor, impressed despite himself. He looked over the horizon, towards the red haze past the buildings. Yells and explosions echoed from that location towards them. "That must be where the other heroes are. It's been several minutes, they should have wrapped things up by now." He paused, suddenly realizing that a pager on his belt was going off. With all the chaos, he didn't notice it before. It was an alert for assistance needed at an alleyway at April 2nd, 10 Ika Street. Realization dawned on him. A few minutes ago, Shoto had run off towards that location, saying that there was something he needed to see there. He turned to Nightwing. "Leave this creature to my sidekicks, they'll see to it that the police get to it. There's an address I need you to investigate for me." Izuku, Ida, and Todoroki began to tie up the unconscious Stain, removing his assorted blades and weapons. Native had regained his ability to move, and was assisting them. "I should apologize," he said. "I'm supposed to be a pro, but I was totally helpless back there." "No," said Izuku. "With his training and his quirk, I don't think any one hero could take him on and win." "The 3 of us barely won," said Todoroki. "And even then it was because of his own mistakes. He was getting riled up and desperate. Still," he turned to Izuku, "you were able to overcome his quirk, without even having to wait for the recovery time. Even he was surprised." He motioned to Stain. "It's just like back at the sports festival. If it wasn't for your indomitable will, we'd all be dead." "Well, let's get him to the police as fast as we can," said Native. "We can dash." "Kid!" They all looked to see Nightwing running towards them. "I thought I told you to stay back," he shouted. "These creatures are strong, you could get hurt. Remember what I said about being reckless." He trailed off, his eyes falling on the unconscious figure dragging behind them. "Is that who I think it is?" he said quietly. "Depends on who you think it is," said Izuku slowly. "What's going on?" Several more heroes came running towards them. "Endeavor told us there was trouble here." "Kids?" said one of the heroes, surprised. "Those injuries look bad, let's get you some help." One of them gasped. "Look at this!" "The hero killer?" said another. "Did you take him down, Native?" "No," said Native, gesturing towards the boys. "It was them." The heroes all began fussing over the boys, tending to their injuries and asking them about the fight. Several were impressed, some chastised them about going after the hero killer alone. "It's my fault," said Ida shamefully. "They were both hurt because of me." The other heroes began busying themselves about, preparing for the arrival of the police. Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida nursed their wounds, waiting for the ambulance to arrive to take them to the hospital. "I'm sorry," said Ida, turning towards Izuku and Todoroki. He sunk into a deep bow, and Izuku saw tears dropping to the ground below him. "I'm truly sorry. I was so angry. I couldn't see anything else." Izuku lifted his friend from his bow. "I'm sorry too, Ida," he said. "The truth is I know dash." Izuku was interrupted by collective shouts in surprise. Something had grabbed him hard on the back, and in a moment's notice he was lifted into the air and away from his friends. He looked back to see he was being spirited away by the flying Nomu. It was bleeding profusely from the side of its head, a gaping hole from where its eye used to be. "Put me down!" he shouted, wrestling to get free. The creature continued to climb higher and higher, but in an instant, it went rigid and began to lose altitude. Izuku saw a red blur out of the corner of his eye, bearing down on the Noma. He heard a sickening sound, like a knife being plunged into flesh, and he and the Noma fell to the ground below. Izuku's body screamed in pain from the fall, and struggled to look up. When he did, the hero killer was standing over him and the Noma. He had escaped his bindings. Because the creature's blood was everywhere, he had used his quirk against the creature and seized his chance to kill it, saving Izuku. "Not today, boy wonder," he said to Izuku. His eyes burned with an intensity that would make even the bravest of men falter. His mask had fallen, revealing a disfigured face lined with cuts and scars, and a hole where once was a nose. He was like a living skeleton, an embodiment of death itself. "Everything I do to create a stronger society," he continued, blood and drool dripping from his face. "What's going on?" came a booming voice. Endeavor came running towards the group of heroes. He stopped short at the scene in front of him. "Hold on, is that hero killer?" Endeavor's flames grew, and he formed them into a spear that only he could throw, one of his special moves, the one he used to take out the eye of the Noma before it got away. "Endeavor, wait!" shouted Nightwing. "He's got a hostage!" Stain turned to face the heroes at the sound of Endeavor's name. "You!" he growled, deep and guttural. The whole world around them seemed to change, as if everything at once had turned blood red, burning with the intensity of hell itself. The passion of a madman. "You false hero! I'll make this right! These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites!" He began to advance on the heroes before him. Many of them were frozen in fear of his intense hatred. Nightwing put himself between Izuku's classmates and Stain, ready to defend them. "Hero!" shouted Stain. "I will reclaim that word! Only the worthy shall be a hero!" Stain stopped in his tracks, dropping the bloodied knife in his hand, and finally collapsed in a heap. Behind him, a tall, dark figure had suddenly appeared, and in an instant had knocked him unconscious again. Swiftly he bent down, producing large handcuffs and placing them on the hero killer's wrists. "That's enough," said Batman. "You're finished, assassin." Izuku, Ida, and Todoroki all sat on their beds at the Hosa hospital. It was morning, but neither of them slept much. The events from the previous night still ran freshly through their minds. One could argue that it was a miracle that they were even still alive. Stain didn't seem to want to kill Izuku, perhaps out of some perverse form of kinship. He had an uneasy feeling that it wasn't the last he would see of the hero killer. Izuku was impressed with Todoroki and Ida. They had fought so hard, and he was proud to have fought alongside them. He had commended Todoroki's use of his quirk, and Ida's strength to fight back despite his blood loss. Ida did not feel as proud as Izuku felt for him, however. He still blamed himself for the whole situation, especially his friends getting hurt. The door to their room opened suddenly, with Nightwing, Manuel, and Batman walking through the door. "The Youngbloods are awake," said Nightwing. He walked over to Izuku and sat on the edge of the bed. "Nightwing," said Izuku. "Batman, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have gone off by myself. I didn't mean to worry Dash." Someone is here to see you, said Batman, interrupting Izuku. Behind him, a large man wearing a three-piece suit walked into the room. He stood at least a foot over the already immensely tall Batman, and instead of a human head he bore the face of a bloodhound. This is Hosa's chief of police, Kenji Tsurigami. The boys began to stand in respect, but the chief let out a small, bark-like cough. Please stay seated, he said. So you're the students who brought down the hero killer, huh? We are, said Todoroki. Stain has some serious injuries, said the chief. Severe burns and several broken bones. Right now he is under strict guard. He let out another bark-like cough. Here's a lesson you should have already learned. When quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain the status quo. They decided we wouldn't use quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They could do what we couldn't, if they were licensed, of course. It would be impossible for the police to condone the use of deadly quirks. After all, we're here to stop such harm from being done. The only reason pros can use their powers now is because of the strict code of ethics that the early heroes chose to abide by. That's why it's against the law for uncertified people to use their quirks to cause injury. Whether you were up against a hero killer or not, unlicensed heroes don't have the authority to harm the villain. He turned to the heroes present with him. The law states that you and your supervisors should receive harsh punishments for this gross abuse of your powers. Wait a minute, said Todoroki. If Ida had not stepped in, Native would have been murdered. And if not for Midoriya, they'd both be dead. Todoroki, began Ida. Listen to what he has to say, Todoroki, said Batman. Despite his indignation, Batman's intimidating nature was enough to inspire silence. The police chief coughed again and continued. It is not okay to break the law as long as it goes your way, he said. This is the official stance of the police department. But any punishment would only be necessary if this went public. He tapped his dog-like nose knowingly. As it stands, there are two options available to you that mitigate that punishment. 1. You can give the credit of the capture to Endeavor. Stain's burns would support the story and we could say that you weren't involved. It would mean no one would know about you, and you would receive no acclaim at all, but it would be the last you would hear about any punishments. And the other option? Asked Todoroki. In all technicality, the punishment would only fall to you and young Ida, as well as your direct supervisors, replied the chief. He turned to Izuku. As I understand it, you don't have a quirk. While it was irresponsible to pursue the hero killer at all, even without the use of superpowers, we cannot legally hold you to a law that regulates quirks. It could be argued that you were acting as a concerned citizen, operating in self-defense. It is a technicality, but a viable one. What are you saying? Asked Izuku. I'm saying that the credit for the takedown could go to you, said the chief. There are many pros and cons to this stance, however. You are still a pro hero in training. You used tools at your disposal to help take down the hero killer, but you did not use a quirk to take down the hero killer. This would reflect well on yourself as well as you, a student who upholds the law and still is able to save the day. However, said the chief warningly, you would no longer be an agent unto yourself. This would place a huge responsibility on your shoulders, one that many in your shoes would not be ready to take on at such an early age. The public spotlight would glare down upon you more so than ever before. Many would applaud you, many would condemn you for borderline vigilantism. But one thing would be clear, you did not use a quirk, you did not break any hero laws, and no punishment would befall your friends. No, I don't want that, said Izuku immediately. We took down Stain together. I'm not taking all the credit. I don't even want to be in the spotlight. I did what I did to save my friend. Are you sure? Said the chief. The choice is yours. I'm sure, said Izuku. Right, guys? He added, turning to Todoroki and Ida. They were silent. Guys? Izuku said, puzzled. Midoriya, said Ida. You fought the hardest against the hero killer than any of us. If it wasn't for you, I would be dead. I agree, said Todoroki. You were the one to find Ida and the hero killer. You were the one who fought the hardest against him. In the end, we were all helpless to his quirk, and you fought through it to save us. In all reality, the victory goes to you. No, said Izuku. I won't accept that. If it wasn't for you, Think about it, Midoriya, said Ida. Stain didn't want to kill you. He said himself you were worthy. You acted as a true hero should. You should get the credit. I don't care, said Midoriya. The credit goes to Endeavor. If that is your choice, then so be it, said the chief. I don't want to damage any promising young careers over a mistake like this. I know it's not fair. You won't enjoy any of the fame and praise you probably would have received otherwise. He sunk into a deep bow. At least, allow me, as the chief of police, to thank you. The chief of police departed, and Ida and Todoroki left the room as well, Ida to speak with Manuel, and Todoroki went to order breakfast for them, leaving Izuku alone with Batman and Nightwing. Since this guy is so sparing with his praise, I'll just go ahead and say it, said Nightwing, gesturing to Batman. You did a good thing there. A hero doesn't look for praise and acknowledgement. But still, you better remember what I told you about taking unnecessary risks. If something had happened to you, Batman would have painted the walls of the Batcave with my insides. Wrong, said Batman. I would have made you paint the walls of the Batcave with your insides. Nightwing shuddered slightly. Well, in any sense, it all worked out for the best. You learned something from this experience that you're not saying, said Batman, staring Izuku down. Haven't you? Izuku averted his eyes. Ida was nearly killed because of his hatred for Stain, he said quietly. You now see where the path of revenge leads, and its consequences, said Batman. True vengeance lies in justice, and justice alone. I guess you were right, said Izuku. I'm not ready to fight the sludge villain, even if we did know where he was. I wouldn't say that, said Bruce. Izuku looked up sharply. What do you mean? I haven't stopped looking for the villain since he escaped, said Batman. And last night, my network finally picked up a lead. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. Your willingness to spare the life of one who would not hesitate to end another has proven your growth. Be ready, for when your wounds heal, we will finally bring this creature to justice. Once and for all. Later that evening, Izuku's mind was racing, swirling with thoughts and implications about Bruce's news. It was only a lead, but it was the first one they had in over a year. He had waited for this moment for so long, and now it may be upon him. With his fight with the hero killer still fresh in his mind, he felt a new sense of confidence in his skills and abilities. But images of his last encounter with the villain also circled through his mind, the fear he felt, as palpable as the muck that had encased him when the villain tried to suffocate him. He tried to push it away. After all, he had the world's greatest detective with him now. But no matter how hard he tried, the fear would bubble back. He nearly jumped out of his skin as he felt his phone go off next to him, causing Todoroki and Ida, who had returned earlier, to look at him curiously. Looking at his phone, Izuku saw the message was from Bruce, and it consisted of only one line. Channel 5. Right now. Confused, Izuku turned on the TV and turned it to Channel 30. Two news anchors were reporting on the attack in Hosa City, including the involvement and capture of the Nomu, and their connection to the League of Villains, and then moved on to the capture of the hero killer Stain. The hero killer Stain claimed many lives, said one anchor. In fact, he has more victims than any other criminal since Almight burst into the scene. With his arrest, everyone in the country can rest a little easier tonight. And we have one person in particular to thank for that, said the other anchor. Young Izuku Midoriya, first-year Hero Academy student at UA High School. Izuku felt his stomach drop to his feet as they threw his picture up on screen. They began to go on about how a hero student was able to bring down the hero killer without the use of a quirk, obeying the law while protecting citizens, and how he represents an underserved population of heroes and citizens alike. He turned to Ida and Todoroki. Guys, he stammered, struggling to find the words. I didn't. But he paused. They were both smiling at him. What? He said. What's going on? We know you didn't, Midoriya, said Todoroki. We did. What do you mean? said Izuku. After the chief of police left, Todoroki and I caught up with him, said Ida. We insisted that you get the credit for the capture. But why? Said Izuku, hardly able to believe what he was hearing. Because you deserve it, Midoriya, said Ida. I owe you my life, you and Todoroki. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. For that, I can never repay you. People have told me I'm strong all my life, said Todoroki. Especially my worthless father, always telling me I was different from everyone else, and how I was destined to surpass Almight. But even I wasn't able to hold against Stain on my own. Ever since our fight during the battle training, I have been chasing to catch up with you. It's time the world recognized your strength as well, and the strength of those like you, instead of just focusing on flashy quirks like ours. You guys, said Izuku, tearing up. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything, said Ida. He looked down at his injured arms. I got my test results back earlier today. My left hand might have damage that's permanent. Most of the damage was to my brachial plexus, which basically means I'll have trouble moving my fingers. He looked back up at Izuku. But that's a small price to pay for my negligence. You were the whole reason that I survived. I was too blind to see past my anger and desire for revenge. This is all I deserve. That's not true, Ida, said Izuku. I told you before, I know what it's like to want revenge. I haven't told many people this, but before I came to UA High. He paused, the words choking in his throat. I was responsible for my friend being killed by a villain. Todoroki and Ida started in shock. For a while, I gave up my dreams of being a hero, Izuku continued. How could I possibly become a hero when I was responsible for the death of my best friend? But that was when Batman found me. He told me that he could help me bring my friend's killer to justice, and to do so I would need to become a hero. But it wasn't until recently that I learned how much I wanted revenge against the villain. For a while, I wasn't able to think of anything else. He placed a hand on Ida's shoulder. Then I saw how much you were suffering, and how you were suffering alone. I at least have my mentor to help me, but you were dealing with this all on your own. It made me realize that I never wanted to suffer like this again, and I didn't want others to suffer like this either. He looked between Ida and Todoroki, stretching his hand outward. Let's get stronger together, guys. That way, others won't have to suffer like we did. You got it, Midoriya, said Ida, placing his hand on Izuku's. Let's do it, said Todoroki, doing the same. Izuku felt his phone go off again. He pulled it out, and noticed he had several text messages from his classmates, several from his mother, and even from some he didn't recognize. The phone didn't stop vibrating. 5 messages. 10 messages. 15 messages. They just kept coming. Izuku had the feeling that he had a lot of explaining to do once he got back to school. A phone call is here! A phone call is here! Almight forgot to put his phone on silent, slightly embarrassed by the looks he got from Aizawa and Present Mike as he answered his phone. Yes, hello? Tashinori? The voice that came from the other end of the phone caused him to shoot straight up out of his chair, startling his coworkers. Even though Gran Torino hadn't been his teacher for many years, he was still quite nervous around him. What? Hi, sir! He sputtered, attempting to wipe the blood away that dripped down his chin. He excused himself from his desk and found a quiet place to talk. What do I owe this pleasure? It's been a while since we last talked, said Gran Torino. Why don't you come visit me more often? Sorry, sir, said Almight. It's just that my new life as a teacher has me so busy. Well, that's not the reason I called anyway, said Gran Torino. It's in light of these recent events that I thought it best that I tell you. Batman came to see me the other day. What? Said Almight, surprised. He's been investigating the League of Villains, as you know, Gran Torino continued. And he came to me for confirmation on his findings. He didn't want me to tell you at first, because he wasn't entirely sure, but after the recent events, I don't think there is a doubt in my mind anymore. First of all, the hero killer's ideology is one that rivals yours. People are going to find out about him, and there are going to be people throughout the globe who will be inspired by his ideals. If that's true, and he does inspire copycat villains, they'll probably strike out on their own, said Almight. The heroes will stop them, just like they did this time. That's where the League of Villains come in, said Gran Torino. The whole incident suggested that Stain and the League are connected somehow. That means the League will go from a bunch of juvenile delinquents that attacked UA to being recognized as a group with an ideology. These new converts will seek them out. All Might was silent. If this was true, this meant that even if each individual is insignificant, if that evil gathers under one banner, it will swell to unstoppable proportions. If the villain in charge knew this would happen from the beginning, Gran Torino continued, then he is a brilliant strategist. He's steadily getting rid of any obstacles, one by one, trying to create conditions that will favor his own purpose. When All Might faced the Noma at the USJ, learning that he had multiple quirks gave him a bad feeling. He went to his friend on the police force, Tsukachi, who confirmed that Nomu did indeed have multiple quirks, and that he bore all the signs of a man who had those quirks forced upon him. It did little to quell All Might's fears. What if he's back? Said All Might. Could he have survived his injuries? I don't know, Tashinori, said Gran Torino. But you need to be ready. Batman is concerned. I can sense it. And you and I both know that means something big is on the horizon. We both need to be ready for whatever happens.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.